We are, ladies and gentlemen. It took us a while. Terribly sorry for the delays. I see you guys have been here for a while. Welcome. Om Shanti. Yo, Big Gaz, how you doing? You got your name back. Gaz got his name back. Woohoo! That's good to see. Namaste. Tom Roo. I hope you're good. I hope you're smiling, chiming. Out tuition. Big love, big blessings. Who else we got in the space? So yeah, um, I hope you guys are all having an absolutely fab spantaculous day that just keeps getting better and better and better and better. Is there an echo in yet? No, it's just me. Namaste, Flower Forest. The only time I want to hear an echo is when I hear it getting better. We're starting off. We've got Cosmic here with myself. Sorry we're so late, by the way. We would have actually been quite good for time, but there's a system with issue with this. We are using Riverside. So, but Cosmic could hear himself when he was talking. So I'm just going to have to mute myself when he's talking, and it's in the studio. There's no setting for it. It must be the way it's picking up his mic or something. But
I
big
did have
love
this
and
problem
peace and
last time
blessings
I
to
used
all
this
of you.
client.
What was that, brother?
I said last time I used this problem wasn't an issue. Okay, I don't hear my voice now. That's because you're muting your audio, right?
No, I'm not muting. It
Okay,
was
so
just in the studio that you
maybe
were
things are
hearing it.
resolved.
Maybe it was just in the studio that it was happening.
You know what? I think that's probably right, because last time I came here, I remember I came here late because you were already in the session. So you know what? That's what it was. Because now it's totally fine.
Right.
All right, that's
Look,
good.
Indy's camera looks right. That's good to see. So Indy's connection's back on track. So his camera resolution looks good. So I'm happy to see that everything seems to be on track. So that's fun. So without any further ado, let's get on to the story of the discussion for the day. And so looking forward to this discussion. I think it's really on point. I think it's really an important conversation to be having. So before we get into the nitty-gritty of the discussion, let's just introduce the people that we have in the space for now. And we've got Cosmic Prankster, for those of you that don't know. Let me check my audio settings. My audio settings seem to be okay. Everything's on track. Have I got like something weird going on? There, that's better. Oh, wow. Okay. So it seems like I had like a button on my machine here. Interesting. So Cosmic is what do I call him? He's a medium, really. He channels, but he works with the Fae specific group that have been working with him for a long time. And he's been gaining insights. They've been sharing knowledge, an alphabet, a system of correspondences, cosmology, if you will, structure of the universe, metaphysics. And he's a John Dee without a crystal ball. And yeah, so that's what he does. He's also got a background in chaos magic, Western occult studies, practice. I think he's also put his nose Oriental into the Vedic school of thinking. We've also got dear Indy Sager. He works with shadow. He helps people reintegrate their shadow pieces. That's sort of his main endeavor. He's a shadow worker, but he's also got his heart in the Tao and in the Hermetics, the Western cosmology and spiritual sciences as well. Though his pet love, I think, is anthropology. That's something he spent a lot of time in his life in. And I'm the local shaman here in the Western Cape Town. So here we go. We have an agreesome threesome, and we've got a cool discussion for you guys today. For some reason here, I don't get to see what the discussion's about. So So I can remember it's got to do with the building blocks. I was late when I wrote it. But yeah,
Similar
basically the symbolism, symbols, and how symbols are
symbol blocks.
the fundamental structure of reality. So before we get into the throw of it, let's give the two gentlemen a chance to say hello and spin some words, tell us a bit about themselves for those that are going to be joining us for the first time. Big love, big
Um,
blessings.
Thank
Please,
you,
brothers.
Franklin. And to Tom Rua in the chat, the word is Zerfax that you're thinking of. And honestly, I think with my system, it's going to have a lot of overlap with today's topic about how symbols are sort of like the building blocks of reality. Because this whole system that I'm working on is like using these dimensional bubbles as kind of figuring out the building blocks of existence, as you will, and just sort of like, figuring out how they interact with each other, distances between each other, et cetera, et cetera. So this will be very relevant in that regard because using these pieces, I'm able to kind of like extrapolate that knowledge and kind of zoom further out into the sort of the extra dimensional realms with it and find a lot of information there. So this will be a good discussion today. Indy, what's up, man?
Hey, so glad to be here on the show today, and it's gonna be a lovely discussion. This would be awesome. I basically am really passionate about anthropology because I have a Scorpio moon, and I'm very curious about mysteries of the world, things that have not been explored. So I try to bring my light into the darkness as a pioneer and try to explore the mysteries, come to a new understanding with my intuition, my intuitive powers that I've gained through self mastery and shadow work. And so I'm not just interested in anthropology, but it's something that I'm very passionate about because it's something that's quite mysterious. It seems like there's been resets and there's been false histories to us and that have been provided to us from the Babylonian Mystery School, from Judaism, from many things. So there's so many curious things to look into with the human race. Why do we speak language and not think that animals do? And why do we rely on technology so much? And where's our coat of fur? There's so many questions to ask. But also, I'm also very curious about animals and very exotic animals that aren't yet well understood, and the capacity of animals and human to animal communication. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. But we should definitely be having a great discussion talking about symbols as the blocks of our reality, because a lot of my work has to do with what Randall Carlson calls geomythology, where we're using the stories of the past to understand the events that have taken place on the Earth. Many of which different types of events, geological, um sociological, historical, all types of things. So I try not to restrict myself in deep diving into finding about the mysteries of the world. So it should be wonderful to speak of the various symbols of the different cultures of ancient mysticism and modern culture today. Looking forward to it, guys. Where do we start?
Thank you, dear brother. If we could just mute ourselves when we aren't talking, dear brother Indy, maybe that will keep our audio optimal. And welcome. It's an honor to be here with both of you guys. It's lovely to see you guys here. And I think this is like a really fun conversation as well as fundamentally important. So let's see if I can send this as a chat thing. Managed, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. Well, it seems to be a bit of a delay for things getting into the message. So there we go. Our symbols, the bricks of reality. Yeah. Imagine symbols as contracts between individual intelligences that convey information, that structure matter as an extension of the occult notion of um, panpsychism. That matter is alive from a natural expression of consciousness, expressing through symbol the fractal state of multiplicity stretching as a bridge of correspondence between the fixed and the infinite. And by fixed, I mean that which is sort of stamped out with delineated boundaries, where the infinite has no boundaries, effectively. And I think it's like it's an important point for us to be sort of looking at. And namaste to everybody coming in, out tuition, big love. You know, symbols. I want to start because something you mentioned, Indy, about animals really like hit a beautiful nerve. And I'm sure you guys have all been watching. I saw it first about a week ago. I think Kat shared it with me. And it was crows. Like they were studying these crows.
I saw the
and
same
language.
video.
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
just going to
yeah.
mention that.
Yeah, beautiful. And I've noticed that before. And I always used to say to people, these crows are talking to me. And people used to go like, yeah, yeah, yeah. Because I had like a close relationship with crows in ashram, the same couple. And I've had like weird things with crows my whole life. I've always loved crows. I've always found them really interesting as birds. And I've always loved that color. Then they're not quite black, right? If you look at their feathers, it's not quite black. It's got an indigo hue in it, like a really deep, dark indigo hue. And beautiful colors when you hold their feather up to the light. So I've always been drawn to crows. But yeah, that particular video, which I'm sure many of you have seen, if you haven't seen it, it is in my group. Is like really fascinating because they did some fairly intensive analysis on having algorithms check the particular sound patterns, and they noticed that the same sound patterns are used by crows over a distance for the same thing, right? They have words for somebody's carrying food, words for somebody is aggressive, words for somebody's a danger, words for there's a cat, words for this one's a bastard. You know, if someone's been shooing them away, or like, yeah, they're literally talking to each other, and they notice that this language travels. So if a new thing happens, the language will travel hundreds of miles very quickly. With other crows, they'll hear it and they'll hear what they said. They'll go and say it somewhere else in another batch of crows far away, and then so forth and so forth. It will travel to other cities, other districts. So this is something which I've observed. Like I've got cockatiels, and these cockatiels talk. They talk to me, and I can tell by what they're saying what they mean. The same with my dogs. My dogs talk. People go like, no, your dogs aren't talking. I'm like, yes, he's talking. Listen. And so I think like there is this misconception about humans not understanding and appreciating the in-depth communication between animals. And so probably a good place to start off with, what is communication, right? If we're talking about symbols. I mean, what are words other than sound symbols or groups of symbols? Yeah.
I'm so glad you mentioned the raven and the crow, because interestingly, the raven seems to be very intelligent compared to other birds and animals, and we've noted that from studies. But interestingly, the raven and the crow have a reason to speak to humans, and not many people know about this, but the raven and crow are connected to the wolf, and therefore they're connected to the dog, because the dog was an Asiatic wolf. They say about 12,000 years ago or something like that. And so as we have taken the wolf by our side and befriended the wolf, which has now become the dog, the raven, crow, and the dog and wolf have a very close relationship. They're partners in their hunting. And so the ravens and crows will alert to the pack of wolves where there's a prey or where there's water by being on the right side of them and crowing to them from the right. Now, when they're crowing from the left, that means that there's a danger ahead, or there's no food or no water ahead. And so they're deterring you from moving forward on your path if they're speaking to you from the left. Now, there's also, like Franklin said, many different communications that they can make with their different calls. So, maybe the call from the left means that particular thing is not there. And the call from the right might mean that particular thing is there. And so this is kind of a shamanic understanding that comes from like the Paleolithic era, from ancient times when we were hunters and gatherers and we were wandering around in the forests and the grasslands and the plains, looking for prey and hunting. And the crows were right alongside us because we had dogs with us. So it's very interesting that the crows stay alongside us, and they come around our homes, and they seem to try to speak to us from very close by. And they have certain things that they do that people have interpreted. Like if they go on top of the roof and crow, they say that means that someone in the home is either sick or going to die. And so there's other things like that we have derived meaning from, but it appears to be because they have a close relationship with us since we have befriended dogs. And so it makes me wonder whether they have just kind of opened up to us more. And so we see their intelligence and we understand their communication a little better because they're closer to us. Um, or are they actually much more intelligent than other birds, and maybe because of their interspecies communication themselves with the wolves, that gives them somewhat of an advantage. So the advantage for the crows is that when the wolves can take down a hurt animal, they're willing to share their prey with the crows. And so it works out for both of them together as a symbiotic relationship in which they help one another on their paths. This is a beautiful thing. And I'm glad I've learned about this because it's very relevant to what you guys have seen in this video. And I would love to get my hands on that video as well. Sounds great.
Yeah, it's very of communication as well. I've noticed the vocabulary of the cockatiels. I actually got a baby cockatiel. He must be like 8.5 weeks now. Busy weaning him off of syringe food. Have been for the last week and a half. He's hand reared, and we've got 2 hand reared ones in our home. And teaching him to eat, sesame seeds and these dehulled sunflower seeds that I break them up with my nails and fingers for him. And he's got quite a vocabulary already. He's tiny, he's young, he's a baby. He looks ridiculous, this oversized beak and everything. But I find myself being like quite amazed at the young age. He has a different sounding squawk that he says to me when he's getting frustrated. If he wants hungry, if he wants food, he's got a particular sound he makes. If he wants to go somewhere, he'll make like a kind of a little sound. And then you'll see like, oh, his eyes are looking there and his like body language is, and you'll notice there's a particular sound for that. Then there's a sound that he makes when he sees the other little one. And he's like getting to know, he's like, oh, there she is. She's the other hand-reared one, his sister. And then there's a different sound he makes when he sees my son. He's like, no, you stay away from me now, buddy. Because Joshua wants to pick them up all the time. And he gets a bit frustrated at Joshua, I think. And then there's another sound that he makes when he wants to like be stroked, or another sound when he's fed up with me. He's like, bugger off, leave me alone. Don't try and stroke me. So like, and he's only like 8 weeks old. He's already got this vocabulary that I've observed the different sounds. So I suppose that's like, what are words? Well, words are sounds, right? And what are sounds? Well, sounds are shapes. If we really think about what words sounds are, right? You have a shape, a vibrational field, and that vibrational field has a particular pattern and shape to it. And based upon the shape and pattern and size and amplitude of that field strength, you're going to namaste, Natalie, and Otigilili. That's lovely to see you guys here, and Chaos and Tomru. I hope you're all well. I see there's 15 of you here now. I wanted to wait until there were more of you until I said, I hope you guys have had a great start, kickoff to this commercial new year. I think of the biological new year as being March, but the commercial new year is December. Why? Because it's Capricorn. Capricorn is all about getting on with business, It's the business new year, business end of the new year. So, but funnily enough, the tax year starts with the biological year. So that's quite interesting how they play this game with us. Saturn was coins and money, of course. First money was Saturn little things. So yeah, I hope you guys have started the year off on a wonderful note. Big love and big blessings to all of you guys. Om Shanti. Namaste, dear Hollowbone Hawk. Lovely to see you here. I hope you're having a good evening. And yeah, so what are words? Words are sounds, and sounds are cymatic patterns. And cymatic patterns are essentially shapes. The pattern is a representation of a shape, and we have to shape our mouth in particular shapes to make particular sounds. And these patterns of shapes are what denotes the words. And the words are combinations of different shapes, which are represented as, letters from the alphabet. And these are phonetic representations of shapes of sound. And so when we start to really consider what words are and what sound is the resonant frequency of consciousness reverberating in such a way to become patterns of matter. And this is like panpsychism in its antithetical, ancient, most natural form, which is at the heart of all of the occult spiritual traditions, spiritual sciences, the old knowledge, old ways. First there was Aum. First there was the sound, the vibration, and from this vibration came into manifestation all things. So all things came from the sound of Aum, which is the reverberations of consciousness. And consciousness's reverberations produced sound. First an unstruck sound, which was the consciousness itself reverberating, which then started to produce a causal effects, which drove causes and effects, causes which drove effects, which drove causes, which produced phenomenal sound, which produced cymatic patterns, shapes, and the sound became shaped. And those shapes sort of took on its own sort of way of expressing the ideas that we are sharing as thoughts with our mouths. Yeah, dear brother Indy.
Yeah, I had a question about that. I think people associate Ra with the sun, but in truth, Ra is the god of origins from the primordial existence. And it sounds to me what you're saying is that the Om symbol is associated with the sun, from my knowledge, but that its true origin comes from our primordial origins. Is that true? From the beginning of everything? That's a beautiful thing. I just wanted to point out that parallel there and double check on that. Thank you.
Well, you've got the Om, the Tat, and the Sat. And so from the Sat is that most primordial state of being. And the Om is the manifestational field, which is an extension of Sat, right? And that comes into being due to Tat. And Tat is that relationship that is being expressed, where the potentials of thought and mind and energy are moving around, and represents the pattern of things, if you will. So that paternity, that patterning of intelligence would be Tat. And so Om is a reflection of that. It might not be Sat, but it is a fundamental expression. It's the way that we experience primordial consciousness in the physical flesh, because we can't experience it directly, because we are experiencing everything through a time loop. Does that make sense? I hope that does.
Tell us more about this time loop. Is it kind of like the Big Crunch and the Big Bang, or is it something different?
Well, Well, when I think of a time loop, I think of the cause that moves an effect, that moves the cause, that moves an effect. And there's this looping between cause and effect. And that is basically like the Big Bang are words I don't really know enough about to say. Like, I know they've theorized the Big Bang till it comes out of all sorts of orifices, and people are sporting these orifice projections of these ideas. And like the Big Bang to me is like Shiva and Shakti got together and they had a big bang. And when they gave birth to this world. That's like my idea of the Big Bang, and the Shiva and Shakti were at it, man, like rabbits. So
I like
that's
that
as
one
close
better.
as I get. Yeah, it's a much better version of the Big Bang, isn't it?
It really is. The original theory or idea is basically impinging upon the idea of cause and effect. Now, in Taoism, we have a different understanding of cause and effect. There is somewhat of an element of that there. The principle is called mutual arising. The cause is unseen. All things that we see here are just effects. So they're not causal, they're correlations. And the cause is unseen. It's the Tao will be them. So that kind of has a different understanding, which a lot of astronomers are coming around to the understanding now that there was no beginning and that there's no end. This is prominent now. They're trying to encapsulate things into these small parameters, and they're seeing things that go outside those parameters. So they're understanding their time frame of the age of the universe and the size of the universe, these things. And it also and all these things. And so the same thing with particle physics. They get smaller and smaller and smaller particles. And I've got theories on a lot of this stuff. I feel like animals have open inner eye. And I feel like all of our matter comes from ether, which is the mind space, the fabric of the universe that gives things their space and allows things to be separate from each other. That's what ether is to me. But it's been taken away from our lexicon in science thanks to Albert Einstein. You know, it's more of a airy-fairy mystical word, but it was a scientific word.
Well, it still is. By the way, I just wanted to ask you something. I'm very curious. What search engine are you using, Indy?
I like to use presearch.com.
I mean, for this broadcast, are you using Chrome, Firefox, or Safari?
Oh, I think I have Chrome. Let's see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
No, because I noticed it, like your audio breaks up and your thing breaks up more, and I don't experience that with this. Like mine seems like stable and clear, and I wondered if it's your internet or if it's the search engine that this Riverside doesn't like, or I don't know.
It's the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, because I also use Chrome when I use this client as well.
Yeah, well, Chrome is what I'm using, just because it usually works without hitches for all of these different plugins. Okay, cool. So you say it's the Wi-Fi, yeah? Have you moved your Wi-Fi aerial or something?
I mean, they tell me plug it in, hardwire into the computer. I have this computer that I got for Christmas like last year, and it doesn't have any plugs except for C port. There's no drive. There's no plugs. It's like a ridiculous computer. They're doing this to all their machines. They originally, they come out with computers and phones. They have all the different plugs and things and ways to store data and take it out. Now you can't do anything anymore, and it's ridiculous. And I think that you're paying more for something that's supposedly new. It's terrible to me.
My new machine is like that. I mean, you can buy an adapter, just so you know. It's a little adapter that you plug into a USB-C or a USB, and then you can plug it in there. But you're right. It's a pain in the butt. My other laptop, my Windows laptop, same nonsense. I'm using an old laptop from 2015, which works like a charm. I mean, it was a it was a like entry-level gaming laptop, so it's got like decent graphics. You know, it's got some Radeon 8 graphics and 16 gigs of RAM, and at that time it had a top of the range CPU. So now it's still doable, but yeah, interesting. So yeah, sorry people in the chat to get off the topic. Um,
I've never bought technology before in my life. I'm a Luddite, and I like hand tools and candles and a pen and paper. But my parents give me all their old stuff, old cars and computers and phones. That's why I have technology in my life. Really, I wish for it to not be here, but it is convenient, so it sticks around, I guess.
I relate to being a Luddite. I've always been a Luddite myself. So yeah, we were talking about the Ohm. I think the Ohm is still used as a universal symbol of energy, which is interesting. And the Ohm for Libra, which is that symbol, which we all know well. The Ohm in Greek, the Ohm in Latin, still is the word for light. Light is the symbol for energy, right? You see, this is where we look at how the symbols work. So light is the symbol for energy. Hence, in the old times, we used to worship the sun, right? And so the sun was worshipped because the sun was a source of light, which meant it was the source of energy, which meant that all energy is related to the sun, related to light. So Om, the word for light in Latin and the word for light in Sanskrit, and even got its Greek heritage, relates to energy. So when you're speaking about electrical currents, you speak about ohms, right? How much energy you got. Hey, Lama Jeline. Ash, how are you doing? I hope you're well. I hope you're having a good day. Yeah, I mean, desktops are a better idea, probably. I don't have a desktop. I've only got laptops, but it's because I spent my life traveling. So I never was in one place. I could probably get a desktop now, but laptops are useful. Like if there's some kind of an issue with the power or something goes wrong or some kind of, you've got that battery power, you've got something there are reasons for laptops to be useful. You just got to pay through your teeth to get a decent one these days. That's the problem. Because they want us to be, minimalized. But yeah, getting back to the idea of language and the idea of symbolism, words are symbolic constructs. I would say is a sentence. A word is a sentence of symbols that becomes a great symbol. And this is the interesting thing about symbolism, right? The symbols can fit into symbols, right? So I'll give you an example. Let me pick a good one. So let's say I take yin and yang, right, as two symbols. I can make a face out of yin and yang, and I could put each yin and yang little thing a tiny yin and yang, right? And I could turn the yin yang symbol into a face. Or I could, for example, lump together different symbols. For example, I could have a symbol of a crow, which is symbolic of the underworld, symbolic of, the etheric. And I could have that crow wearing a crown as a symbol, right? That would be representing the king of the underworld, or that which rules the underworld, just as an example. So a crown is a separate symbol and a crow is a separate symbol. But I could then have that crown to be a crown of thorns. And I could have the crow wearing a crown of thorns and holding a scepter. And I could have the crow holding a scepter and a crown, which is a crown of thorns. And I could have that on a badge. And that badge could be on a shield, right? And now You see how composite the symbols can become? And so symbols can fit into symbols to add to other symbols to become bigger, more complex symbols that carry. Words are no different, right? You could have one syllable or one letter, which is representing one symbol, and you put it with other symbols, and it becomes a slightly different meaning. And then these two groups, prefixes and suffixes of grouped symbols, can fit together to form like a sentence of symbols or a word. And so when we sort of look at language, right? Language, what language is and how language works, is it's all symbolic. And it's quite interesting how the imagination is the key, right? The imagination is the key to the whole story. Without it, we wouldn't be able to do anything. We wouldn't be able to communicate, wouldn't be able to conceptualize, wouldn't be able to plan. Yeah, brother Indy.
Hebrew alphabet, one symbol is a sentence of other symbols as well, because each symbol means like half a dozen different things. So one whole word is like 36 different symbols in a whole paragraph.
Yeah, it's interesting how the depth of these symbols, expand. And I remember seeing some work done. This must have been decades ago, a long time ago, where I think it was the Heart Math Institute that did this work, and you can probably find it. And they were looking at different frequencies, right, produced by oscillations, vibrations, and they were measuring these frequencies with a what piece of equipment were they using? I think it was an EEG. I could be wrong, right? And they were observing that certain frequencies of the heart's resonance and the vibration that comes out of the heart, there's certain points where there's harmonic pitch variations. Because there's lots of vibrations and lots of energy coming out of the human heart, which is interesting because it's an electrical it's got a lot of electrical things that it's doing. It's beating and causing the blood to swirl around, little spirals through the system, but it's also generating an electromagnetic field that it manages while it's beating. And that pulse sends like a pulse of energy throughout the body. So it's continually oscillating the electromagnetic field that keeps the blood plasma charged. And there is blood plasma needs charge because the red blood cells can't work without that charge, nor can the white blood cells. So your immune system, as well as your electrical, the red blood cells are very important for the electrical movement throughout the system. And it even generates charge. The red blood cell platelets rubbing against each other generates charge that helps to put power into the plasma itself. And the heart is able to control that resonant frequency and that the pitch of the harmonic energy. And they noticed that within certain bandwidth points of the heart's resonant field, there were patterns. And when they analyzed that pattern, they were able to put it into algorithms, and what it spat out was shapes. And those shapes looked very much like different language alphabets. And at certain harmonic frequency pitches, they were starting to notice, okay, so those look like Hebrew language, and another ones that look like Arabic, and other ones that look like Sanskrit. And they were seeing these pictures, these images emerging, and some of them were hieroglyphics, like in ancient Egypt and land of Kem. And I think there were like a series of language characters that they started noticing that were in this resonant field. So, yeah, what does that mean about language? And why is it that language is considered to be the fundamental structuring, building system behind matter? God spoke, the word became flesh, the word became matter. And this is the same thing we're seeing in India. The Om became split up into multiplicities of vibrational fields that produced cymatic frequency fields that gave shape to molecules, managed to maintain electrical fields so that atoms could appear to be what we think they are, how they look. So it gave differentiation between one field and another field so that there was gravitational fields so that you don't fall through the ground, right? You stand on the ground, it repels you. So all of these different things that we're experiencing um, is like really interesting, when we start to consider the nature of reality and the nature of vibration as being the most fundamental um, source of all that we're experiencing, because we're in an oscillating field, electromagnetic fields, and these oscillating electromagnetic fields are structuring our experience, and we can measure small bandwidths of it. It's very small bandwidth of it we measure, we call it light. When we expand that bandwidth, we call that sound. When we expand that bandwidth, we start to call that atoms, right? So there's a certain point where the electromagnetic field is being experienced as atoms, a certain frequency where it's being experienced as sound, a certain frequency where it's being experienced as light. This is why lasers can disturb atoms. This is why sound can collapse a bridge, right? Why standing waves can change the patterns and disturb the forces that hold atoms and molecules together. This is why vibrational healing is as powerful as what it is. Namaste, Meldy, sending big love. Hope you guys are all having a great start to the year. So basically, the idea that vibration is the key to manifesting this reality is what Om, and they say that Om is an expression of consciousness. So the unstruck true nature of sound is first a consciousness thing, then it becomes manifest. This is in the Vedic school, and this is pretty much what we see in the Bible, right? First there was a silence, then God spoke, and when God spoke, things came into being through the power of the word, vibration. So we see it in the roots of like all, and this is whether you go to ancient Mesopotamia or you go to Vedic India, or wherever you go, you'll come up with the same idea. The Taoists believe that there are three primal fundamental sounds, right? There's the hissing sound of fire, there's the resonating humming sound of water, and there's that um, vibrating, releasing sound of air, which feels and sounds like they literally meditate on the hissing sound of fire and the resonance of water. And the resonance of water makes water very reasonable. So water is related to reason, the logos. Air is very airy, right? It's very expansive. It's very much to do with the imagination. Fire is hish. It's his. It's all about possession. It's about being in that flow of passion. So when we start to look at these three principles, these are once again three symbols. So what is there that we can see that isn't a symbol? And this is interesting, Can the mind actually think without symbols? And what would that look like? Yeah, indie brother.
Yeah, I think air is associated with the imagination in part because air is unseen. And so we have to know with our mind that it's there, but we don't actually see it usually. But you can see smoke, but you don't always see the air, which is interesting. And it takes some like real reasoning to discern between air and space. And not everybody believes in space or ether. Some people think it's the water.
You see, here's the thing though. I think people get caught up in words. I'm like this. Can you experience space around you? Yeah, I'm in a room. What does space represent? Space represents dimensions. So if there are dimensions, then what are between the dimensions? Space, right? The space is occupied by things, but it still exists, right? You were saying something, dear indie brother.
It's considered to be a vacuum now outside of an atmosphere to scientists, which a lot of counterculture is trying to react to and come up with other interpretations of it. But originally, it was considered to be ether or fabric, which is associated with the Lord Rahu of the Scorpio moon nakshatra in Vedic astrology. And Rahu represents stories. And so ether is associated with stories. It allows things to hold their place in relation to each other, which gives them meaning. And so through the nakshatra of Rahu, I have the ability to be drawn towards having an affinity for stories and for creating my own story. And stories are very easily interpreted by me because I'm always thinking of stories and the background behind the stories. So that's something that's really interesting, how there's an association with the ether, the unseen spatial dimension, and the idea of the mind and the story of the word.
Yeah, that is quite an interesting notion. Like, I think as well, when you start to really get into it, I get the sense that this idea of space as a vacuum, it does seem a bit weird and ridiculous, yeah, because we know that nature abhors a vacuum. That's also something that we've been taught. There's a lot of contradictions in the story. The idea of what we call space being ether makes a lot more sense. It's because it's a medium, and it's a medium through which things can move, right? If you explain this to me, right? Just think about this for a moment. We have cosmic dust falling on our Earth, right? That means the cosmic dust is moving around. So it's got to be moving through mediums. Things move through mediums. And then they want us to believe that the vacuum around the Earth is a different density to the vacuum in our greater solar system, which is a different density to the vacuum outside of our solar system. Are you aware of this, Indy?
I was just corresponding with my friend from Colorado real quick. I got distracted. What was it about again? From inside and outside of reality?
Basically, they teach that there are different densities of vacuum in space, and that the space vacuum and the space vacuum in our solar system is a different, and the space vacuum outside in the galaxy, there's different densities of space vacuum. I don't know if you followed this.
Yeah, I've seen some of that. That's really interesting that they're seeing these things now, and that's given them some kind of understanding of how space is related to whether it's an expansion or a contraction. I think it has a lot to do with the fact that they're saying that space is expanding more in some places and seems to be not expanding as much in other places. I don't know if it's necessarily contracting, but I believe that space is always expanding from the poles of the black holes in the centers of galaxies, as it's gobbling up the energy and matter that's unraveling into the black hole. That's part of my ether integration theory. And I think they're finding a lot of stuff that's consistent with this. So space is expanding more in certain places, like outside of the poles of the galaxy in the center, and less like in between galaxies, I would say. But I'd have to look into it and see more about the intricacies of it. But it's beautiful that they're finding more things that are breaking us away from the uniformitarianism, where everything's the same all the time everywhere. And the opposite of that is catastrophism. So if you're a catastrophist, you understand that things happen rapidly sometimes, and then great changes can happen all of a sudden, and then things can cool down for a while and be stable. And so that's some of the things we're starting to look at, the deeper intricacies of things, instead of looking at things as overly generalized as just perfect spheres or what have you.
Yeah, man.
Flat space.
Can you hear me, by the way?
You're lower now for some reason.
Is my voice sounding lower now, or is it better?
Yeah, you sound kind of quiet, Franklin.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to leave the studio and then I'm going to come back. Okay, because
All right,
I accidentally unplugged my mic by moving my laptop because it was like getting hot, and I was like, "What's going on?" And I had it up against something at the back of it, and it wasn't sucking air properly. I was like, "Damn!" So I moved my laptop, and so do continue. I'll be back in literally in seconds.
So I haven't really had much input in this conversation, but I would say that the function of language is that it acts as a bridge between the mental and the physical. So you have the objects in the physical world, and you have the symbol that you use as a representation for said object, and to sort of infer it from the imagination to there's like the imaginal world and there's the physical world. And what symbols seem to do is it creates a kind of an interconnection between these two worlds, a kind of bridge, if you will, and that's kind of like what meaning is, that we're basically trying to form the bridges and the gaps between our consciousness and our perception.
Right.
Is that like sometimes we're talking about something, and if we don't necessarily have language, we may not necessarily understand what it is we're talking about. But if we have common words for things, we can be like, I know what you're talking about because we agree on the meaning of the same word. And that actually kind of acts as a sort of a link or a bridge between two minds. So I think that's really the main and primary function of language. Just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, I feel like there's two different interpretations of the idea that humans have to use and resort to language and words themselves in without having the open inner eye in the waking state, like I believe other wild animals do have, and domesticated animals as well. But humans, for some reason, seem to have closed inner eye during the waking state. So we have to resort to creating these concepts of things and communicating in particular symbols of references without being able to see each other's minds. But people that can see beyond words are able to see each other's minds and go beyond that as well. And interestingly, I feel like this has happened to us for two particular reasons, potentially. Either, as it's said in mythology, that a contract was broken, a universal contract, that when we were created as a hybrid slave race, that we were not supposed to have existed. That is not something that's fair to us or right for the environment. So that was a mistake, and I feel like by taking away our inner eye awakening in the waking state, I feel like that can kind of ensure our own self-destruction because we're not connected to the divine. But there's another interpretation that this could be a reward for us to start to build our own deeper understanding of love within our own hearts instead of just receiving it from nature and being kind of the vessels of it from a source within. But now we have our own source of understanding and compassion and love within our own hearts from our experience through this dark time of not being able to see with our inner eye in the waking state. So I feel like that's really a more beautiful interpretation to me, in the sense that we're now going to be granted back the connection with our inner eye after we've mastered this collective compassionate heart. And then once we found thrival, then we will be welcome back to nature. But I feel like this could be because we're in a period of transition from our lost habitat that our ancestors were in. We see these around the world, giants and skeletons with the elongated skulls in the ruins of Peru and burial mounds in the Americas, up in North America and Central America and the Caribbean. We also see these all throughout the world in Eastern Europe, throughout Asia. These elongated skulls are said to have been our mother race that created us by breeding with the wild hominids like Neanderthal, Denisovan, Homo naledi, and various others that really didn't have much of a cranium. And so we were created to have kind of in the middle between these elongated skulls that have no sagittal suture line in the middle, but seem to go up and then bump up again to a much bigger head. And they have a different neck position on their spine that meets the skull because of that. They also have a lot of other different features, but I feel like if we were created as a hybrid species by those gods, like Lord Akhenaten, the pharaoh, that had an elongated skull, was a giant, and had said to have had an androgynous appearance and blue skin. They were considered to be the blue bloods, and they say that that's where the O negative blood factor comes in from in our species. But there's also a reptilian fossil that they found in Peru with 3 phalanges. It has 3 digits on each hand and foot, and it's very strange, but it seems to have DNA that's in our genomes. So apparently, some different things may have happened with our origins. It's very mysterious, and there's like the natural interpretation that maybe our ancestors lived in the sea for a long time and lived on an island, had a breakaway civilization, and had a great understanding of the stars from living in the sea, and then came to the mainland and created us as a slave race after their island was destroyed twice, after Mu and Atlantis were both destroyed. They came to the mainland and then integrated with us. Or the idea that we and they are from the inner earth, and that we were exiled from the inner earth around 300,000 years ago, and that we've been here and they've tried to basically keep us under control. There's been multiple times where UFOs have come and stopped nuclear attacks, where they were about to set off a series of warheads, and it would have ensued to retaliation. But these UFOs somehow are able to just appear beforehand and shut everything down. The whole power of everything and all the back power gets shut down, and there's nothing they can do. And that's happened multiple times. So they say in Garthian mystery school, those who are taught about the secret inner world, inner earth, below in the Himalayas, that there's 3 gods there. There's Brahitma and Mahitma, and another god is the all god. I can't remember the exact name of the 3rd god, but basically the 2 gods that I've mentioned, they gods of they're the gods of the knowledge of the future and the understanding of the reasons for the events. And then there's one that creates each present moment. So basically they have an understanding of things before they happen, and they're able to intercede, and their technology is way beyond anything we can understand. And they found the Bugosphere recently, so we've got our hands on some stuff in the collective media now, where other things that have been discovered have been kind of hushed up. Although things like Bob Lazar coming out and whistleblowing about stuff has been interesting to see unfold. But as far as symbols and things that are out and objects that are in front of us and giving them names, it's interesting that we see things that are out in front of us that have been kind of hushed away, that aren't supposed to be out in front of us, but have many names now. You know, they have the flying saucers, UFOs, UAPs, USOs. You know, there's all these different ones now. So we have many names for these things that are out there. And they may be out there. I've seen some. My mother's seen them. I know them to be true, or at least some kind of an image. You know, they could be a mirage. Maybe that's some kind of projection. We don't know. Some people did them.
Yeah, brother.
Yeah.
Sorry, were you still busy talking?
There were a couple of abductees in New Hampshire, Barney and I can't remember his wife's name. They were brought up on a UFO. Oh, she was one of the only. Oh, my sound might be getting a little scrambled right now. Can you hear me good? All right. Okay. And she was the only one that was known to have taken an object off of the UFO from one of the aliens, which is interesting. But Leonard Nimoy was able to interview a gentleman named Dr. Dr. Brown. I can't think of his first name right now. But in the interview, it showed that he was able to get a piece of technology from a crystal pyramid underwater in the Bermuda Triangle. And it was a very strong magnet. And he thinks that it created some kind of a vortex when he took it from there. But he had the object in the video and was able to show high technology where they had copper magnetics infused inside a crystal. They have no idea how they made that, but it has very anomalous properties that kind of defy physics. Dr. Raymond Brown.
Yeah, brother, very interesting, you know. And I think it's quite sort of, and I hope my audio is okay. Just give me a thumbs up if you can hear me all. I hope everybody in the chat can hear me okay.
It's actually a little loud.
Too loud? Let me turn it down. Oh, wow, loud, wow. I like loud. Makes me feel like I'm like like I got an electric guitar in my hand or something. Is that a bit better then? Is that more? Should I get up my sexy voice?
Better. Yeah, it's better.
Well, I'll just keep my sexy voice online. Okay, well, enough fooling around. I do love fooling around, though. You know, many of the ideas with regards to these ideas that have been propagated, and I think there's quite a lot of different notions with regards to beings, right? People tend to think of beings as being just symbolic. This is a very popular one, like, oh, demons, so it's just symbolic. They're not real beings, right? Angels, oh, they're just symbolic. It's just a metaphor. It's just an archetype. And because of Jung's word archetype, people have felt quite comfortable in saying that, you know, archetypes are just ideas. But what is not an idea? What is not an archetype? Is my body a series of archetypes, ideas? Is my very nature of who I am, my persona, my personality, is that not a series of archetypes that forms a greater, bigger structured archetype? And when one can extrapolate almost endlessly that all things are archetypal, and that these archetypal reflections of reality are just really the sort of fundamental structure of everything. So thank you, Otiga Lily. I'm glad to hear that. So when we look at this, maybe it would be good to go into, I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to do some screen sharing. Yeah, baby, screen sharing. So there's a couple of things I want to share with you. Firstly, and this is quite important. Let's see that my screen is there. Yeah, baby. That's my screen, baby. So here we can see the word symbolon, which is Greek. It's written like that, right? All those cute little squiggles there you can see. And so it refers to an object, which is a token that was broken in half, right? And these two halves would be given to two people. So if you and I made a deal, we would take something that was symbolic of that deal, and we would break it in half. You would have half and I would have half. And when we brought those two things together, that would represent the contract. So it's quite interesting. To throw together is sort of the root meaning of the word symbolon, and that's coming from Greek. I think Latin had a similar let's just change the word in the search to Latin and see how that rolls. It will be a very similar sounding word. Symbolum. Okay, symbolum. The term passed into Latin as symbolum, which also represents the original idea. So when we look at the word for symbol, right, as it's come to us from Greek and from Latin, is it relates to a contract. And this is quite important to recognize. We don't see this. It's a contract. And you are right, Gaz. AI is doomer than doom. It's like Jim Carrey in that Dumb and Dumber film. Can't quite figure out which one AI is, but it's definitely no. Bill and Ted's. Bill and Ted. Is AI Bill or is AI Ted? This is the $1 million question. It's definitely one of the two on that bogus adventure. If you, in fact, they did another one, didn't they? Like they got Keanu Reeves in makeup looking all young again. And they did that Bill and Ted's thing. What was it, like a few years ago? Didn't they do one like 4 or 5 years or 6 years ago? So yeah, the very nature of the word symbolum or symbolon, which is relating to Greek and Latin, which is where our Old English heritage got it, which then became later form of Old English, migrated through Middle English, and later form of Middle English into earlier form of modern English to migrate to the word symbol we're using today. It has to do with contract, and that's quite interesting. And literally to throw together two things and representing two halves, right? Now, when we go into the roots of the word and we go to the Proto-Indo-European language groups of the graveyard of words, if we can call it that, it comes from the dwele, right? And that root of that word is to throw, right? So the word symbolon is a Greek word that came from the Gwele, from Pi, the Pi language group. And this means to throw, right? To cast. And this is quite important. That which is thrown or cast together in the Greek, that which is thrown, that which is cast. I want you to imagine throwing a stone into a pond and creating ripples. Like this is literally the root of the word symbol. And it has to do with the relationship between one thing and another thing. Specifically, when we consider the roots of the etymology of the word symbol. Then there's also another thing to consider. in Sanskrit, we've got a word called shambol, right? Which is the root for the word shambhala, right? And refers to the kingdom that is known, the Tibetans spoke about it, right? It is significance in the Vishnu Purana as well. So it's the birthplace of Kalki. This is the next. Then there's Shambhu, which is an epithet for the word Lord Shiva. And Shambhu, which is, once again, let me share this so that you can actually see it here. Let me put it into a Google term. Share this as well. So Shambhu, they're going to say here that it means happiness, beneficent, auspicious, right? But it's actually coming from Sham, and Sham has got to do with things being good, things, what do they say here? Welfare, happiness, exactly. And Bhu, which is the source of, right? So the source from whence all goodness and joy and positive things come from is a word for Shambhu. So this is like looking at the Vedic sort of idea behind it. So, okay, if we take all of these and we put them together, right? So a symbol is something that you throw. It's something that you break in order to represent the Greek and the Latin ideas of a contract. So it's a contract that you have with fate. Now, the idea of throwing in ancient times was like throwing the I Ching. You would throw sticks, you would throw stones, you would throw the things down to understand fate, right? And you would throw your dice, right? To understand what contract you have with nature. You would throw the dice.
I think they would throw sticks or bones. No.
Yeah, exactly, brother. You would cast your things, and so you cast your fishing line to like bring in a fish, right? So there's a benefit. Always when you were throwing these things, this was to discover guidance from the spiritual plane, right? So we see the word Shambhu, symbol, right? Symbolum. And sorry, I just got to deal with my son quickly. Joshua, I'm going to give you 1 second to put that in. I'm confiscating it for 10 days if you disturb me again. 10 days, no tablet. Do the math. He wants me to come and help him with his tablet, which isn't going to happen now. He's had his tablet confiscated for like 2 weeks. He's been without his tablet. But now, like, he's got to also respect boundaries. I asked him very nicely earlier not to come and knock on my door to ask me to help him with stuff with his tablet, because he always wants daddy to show him stuff and help him. But so yeah, the idea with symbol, and a symbol is also something that you beat in order to make sound and vibration, right? You beat, yeah, I'm not kidding. When I say 10 days, I mean I will confiscate that tablet for another 10 days. He just got it back today. He's been very naughty with the animals. He's been naughty with his mum. He's been naughty with everybody. So, you know, this idea of the symbol relating to gaining a contract with creation, with Shambhu, right? With the joy and the good things. And so when we first started drawing symbols, go back to the Bushmen, right? The Bushmen were drawing symbols because they wanted to manifest things. This is where it first started, the symbolic journey. We would scratch onto a rock the animals that we wanted to hunt, or the good things that we wanted to get, good rains. We would draw these things of the animals coming to our lands, meaning good rains, meaning good things happening, you know, food, abundance. So we started drawing these symbolic things on cave walls in order to bring this positivity from the universe to cast your die towards manifesting something. Then we started with sigils, and those sigils became letters and alphabets and words. And so magic is very close to the roots of all language. And it started with when we became, we were with groups of animals and we were practicing animal husbandry. We wanted our animals to stay safe. So we would write sigils and create a safe space where the evil spirits wouldn't come and prey on our animals. And then when we had a fixed house and we were farming, we would use the sigils to make sure that the plants were healthy and abundant and would grow. We would use the sigils to go into a way to understand where's the best place to plant the food, how to get the water, will the rains come. We would create all of these symbolic things that later on became language. So language started with this manifestation, and um, this notion of namaste, Kobe. How are you doing? I hope you're good, man. Hope you're well. Hey, Vincent, namaste. I just saw you now. I didn't see you earlier. I haven't been looking at this thing on the side. It's a little bit different to what I'm used to in the StreamYard because we're in the Riverside studio here. But yeah, so the symbolic nature of things goes right back to like hundreds of thousands of years ago, maybe million years ago, maybe more, where we were basically using symbols to get that connection between the conscious, the unconscious, and physical matter. Indy, brother, you were sharing something. What did you want to say, brother?
Earlier times, in ancient times, they used shell and bone divination for the I Ching. And the way they did that was they would polish up the turtle shells and ox skulls, and then they would heat them until they cracked, and they would interpret the crack patterns as divine answers to matters like weather, crops, and welfare, things of the sort, like you were talking about. But in more recent times, they've started to use different things instead of shells and bones and stuff. So now they start to use coins and let's see, what else were they trying to use? Like things like dices and flipping coins and things like that as more recent ways to do divination. But it comes from a more ancient practice of using the bones and the shells.
Isn't it funny how we used dice to play games? But dice were originally created for divination.
Cards like tarot cards, playing cards.
Yeah, my girlfriend was playing solitaire today. Om Shanti, Bholenath, Sabka Sat. She was playing solitaire today, and I was having a giggle. I was like, solitaire, oh my gosh, that's something I haven't heard of since like forever. And you know, it's just, to me, it's a funny thing because like I don't think I've ever really played solitaire. I think I tried playing it once or twice, and I was like, I didn't quite get the point. I was like, okay, what is the point of this? I'm moving cards around, and there's just, apparently it's just something that you do to pass time. I was like, well, there's other things. I never quite really got into solitaire, but that's like an interesting. That's probably a form of divination, no?
Yeah, I have a system of divination. You know, for me, it's my own system that I created, but there are established and well known. But in my system, the heart is your love life, the diamonds are your finance, bloods are your social life, spades are your work life. And then for numerology to interpret the numbers, I kind of use their numerology for that. But anybody could create their own system with it. It's a lot of fun. And then for like jacks, I think that's like you're gonna find a guide. Somebody's got some kind of opportunity or perspective for you. The queen is there's gonna be a female figure that's gonna come into your life and play out the role of the numbers. The king is that likewise for a male figure. So it's a pretty interesting system, and aces are more than a one. They're like excellence, stepping up to a new level. But I've had a lot of fun just giving readings like that. Divination. Especially when you use the pendulum. They say you're supposed to use your own way of interpreting the pendulum for yourself. But there are ways that are kind of set for people to use if they want to use an established way. Although I think it's better to really play it out yourself. You just ask questions to it, yes or no, like, is my name something that's not my name, and see what it says, and that will be your no. It's very simple. I think it's pretty amazing how pendulums work. It's really anomalous. People don't understand it, but it seems like powerful magic to me.
There definitely is something interesting to the workings of pendulums. Namaste, back to the future. How are you doing? Hope you are well. And namaste to who I was saying before, Bernadine. Namaste, I hope you're good. And Corby and everybody else that's been joining and popping in. Big love and blessings to all of you. Yeah, eons. Somebody's talking about eons here. Systems of archetypes. I think there's definitely something we will get to with that. But I just wanted to respond to what you're talking about with the pendulums first. So the pendulum is basically reacting to the energy flowing through our bodies, right? Through our meridians. And these energies flowing through our meridians produce electrical polarities within our bodies. And these electrical polarities affect our muscle tension. And the subcutaneous muscle tension it's very subtle, but it's very present. And if my girlfriend were here, we should get her on. She come talk to us about it, because she does kinesiology, which is all really focused on muscle testing and how we carry so much information in our muscular system that we're not aware of, unconscious information that we can tap into. And she uses muscle testing, which is a typical kinesiology practice. There you are, Hollow Bone Hawk. We just started talking about you and muscle testing. And so it's basically the same as muscle testing in a sense. And it's the same as drawing cards. Like, what causes you to draw these cards and those cards are proclivities of emotion and imagination and feelings and consciousness, which is all governed by the organs and these electrical polarities within the body, which are all one system of continuity. And it comes back to the field of vibration. I feel strongly that it's got to do with the vibrational fields that are pitching our bodies at particular frequencies, producing different energetic reactions. And we experience those energetic reactions to the differences of harmonic and pitch of the vibrational field through which consciousness is manifesting molecules and matter as energy. This is what I believe energy is. Energy is a shifting pitch of harmonics. And when the pitch of harmonics moves from one pitch to another pitch, we say that energy is moving, because it is the component that we're able to experience as the after pitch shifting. It produces movement. And so we say that energy is always being conveyed through movement. Vibration is the source of all energy and movement. which is sound. So when we're talking about a pendulum, we're pitching into these subtle muscles in the body that are being controlled by the organs and the electrical polarities that will allow our unconscious mind to express information that we're not consciously or cognizantly aware of. So pendulums are like really interesting, like muscle testing, like tarot cards, like casting stones or sticks for the I Ching. So that's quite interesting. And somebody was talking about the aeons. Now, when we hear about the aeons, we often relate them to Gnostic cosmogony, right? But I like to express the idea of the aeons as a more universal concept. We see it in the very ancient myths. We see it in the most ancient myths, which always relate to a cosmic divine being, a single being that sacrifices itself. And in the process of sacrificing itself is produced a number of other beings from its personal sacrifice. And those beings sacrifice themselves, and from them come greater numbers of beings. So movement from the monad to the multiplicity, from unity to multiplicity, involves this personal sacrifice, which is why it's such a spiritual ideal. Many of our ideologies relate to making personal sacrifices. In the old times, we would literally make those sacrifices to beings, right? And it would involve like taking something of value and using that thing of value to give it as a personal sacrifice. And so the idea of sacrifice has always been here. So we start off, let's say we're going to the notion of the aeons, which comes from the Greek ideas of the particular Gnostic cosmology and cosmogony. So we had the Yelda Bayat, right? Yelda Bayat. You said Yelda Bayat. Anyway, that's how my brain's remembering his names. Ba'ot. And this being was obviously a mistake by the Sophia, if we can use the word mistake. This is how it's presented. And she didn't know what to do with this being. So she put this being into its own domain where there was nothing. Like, hid this baby in the backyard. She was too ashamed to show like her family. Basically is what we're talking about here. And the baby came into full consciousness and realized, wow, I must be the only one that exists. And so this baby then starts sacrificing itself to produce variations. And so this self-sacrifice of the Elder Ba'ath is what produces all the angels, which is what produces all the other aeons that came as a result of this being carving itself up to become, the various different multitude of spiritual beings that make up the hierarchy. And so these different aeons would represent different layers or levels of multiplicity, but actually living beings, living consciousness, not just a conceptual notion as a integer, but an actual living being, part of the cosmic chain of life through which we manifest ourselves and our consciousness and our emotions and our proclivities. So this idea of these aeons is quite an interesting one. And so that's how I've understood these concept of the aeons. I think though, you'll see it as well in other stories. There's often this notion of a parental being sacrificing itself. And then we find that one of the original aeons represents the Christos, as we are taught, right? Which is this aeon that represents self-sacrifice, or what we call in the Buddhist cosmology, the not the Aharit. Wow, I'm not coming up with the words right now. They call them the help me out here, Indy Cosmic. The not the Buddha, the one that self-sacrifices in order to enlighten humanity.
Martyr.
No, there is a word for it, but anyway, I'm sure that many people have come up with this idea, which represents the idea bodhisattva. That's the one. So that bodhisattva represents that element of self-sacrifice, which is going right back to the first aeon, and the aeons are the aeons of time, and so they represent chapters of the process of creation. And when I say chapters of time, I don't mean like they happened in the past and they're happening in the future. I mean the cosmic pronunciation of time. In other words, a cosmic scale of time that embraces all time, and then broken into pieces, and then those pieces broken into pieces, and those pieces broken into pieces, and the myriad of aeons coming into being from these things becoming smaller. And within each aeon, you're able to see different. So you could think of the 12 signs of the zodiac as micro aeons, if you really want to keep the multiplicity flowing, and see that our entire way of counting time is sort of a reflection of understanding the proverbial etymology of the aeons, if you will. But there's a very interesting concept of the aeons as well, because it relates to group mind, and that we're all part of a group. So we're talking once again about a contract, right? And these aeons are all part of a large contractual. They were contracted by Yaldabaoth, all of the aeons, right? And so Yaldabaoth started the process, set down the terms, and all the other beings that followed had to be part of his contract. So there's a lot of interesting ideas to consider when we think of that. And I think it does relate to the symbol or the symbolic, because the symbolic, once again, represents us having a contract with knowledge. Here's a question, and Cosmic, you haven't said much. Can one have a contract with knowledge that isn't symbolic?
I mean, I'm not sure it's possible, but I mean, it seems like it's a difficult concept to really comprehend. I mean, maybe it's possible in some sort of alien sphere of existence, but I think the thing about what's interesting about symbols is also that if you just draw a random symbol that doesn't really exist, your mind is still going to come up with some meaning automatically. It's still going to kind of try to figure out what that symbol is. I think that's what's interesting about symbols, is that even when you're not trying to make them meaningful and you're just being, oh, I'm just making this stuff up because it's funny, it still ends up being meaningful anyway. You know what I mean? Like, even when we don't try to make meaning for these symbols, because I think in a lot of ways, these symbols are sort of carriers for energy. And if it's a sense, it's kind of like, it's like a routing number for a specific state of consciousness. It's like, like how you have like a file number, like JNX4XC, and then you click on it and it's a picture of your family, right? And I think symbols have a similar relationship to that in consciousness. And then it's like, oh, this little squiggly line with a triangle. And then you think about like a squiggly line with a triangle, but your mind already starts coming up with stuff. You think squiggly line, you think of a river, you think of a triangle, you think of a pyramid, and then you think like, look, here's the a river, the Nile River next to the Egyptian pyramids. And I didn't even think about that when I was just making that symbol right now. I just looked at that, the ideas and the shapes, and it's like it already creates a picture almost automatically without my intention. So to me, it's almost like that kind of has an interesting relationship with symbols, because on one hand, the common sort of notion is that we have a sort of meaning and then we try to abstract it into a symbol. But then I'm thinking, but wait a minute, it kind of goes the opposite direction too, and that you can come up with a symbol, and then that symbol sort of automatically creates a meaning in and of itself, like a kind of like an emergent property, like and there's one thing I also wanted to talk back on, something you mentioned a little bit earlier in this podcast about symbols being the breaking up of two different meanings. And one of my things in my practice is that in addition to doing the Zarfexology stuff, but it's tangentially related to it, but I also study, how indoctrination works. What is the psychology behind cults, coercion, manipulation, et cetera, et cetera. And one thing common theme that I find with all different cults is that there's always kind of like two ideas, right? That they kind of switch back and forth between each other to kind of give you a sense of instability. I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. I recently discovered this with materialism. Now, I know we talk about materialism a lot, and it's something that I bring up a lot. But I think the reason I had a difficult time understanding materialism, like why people, their faith is so unquestioningly, adherent to it, is I assumed it was just one belief system. I assumed it was just one metaphysical worldview. But when I actually started to think about it more deeply, like, wait a minute, there's actually kind of two metaphysical worldviews here, because materialism always plays this game of, consciousness, is a physical phenomenon. But then when you say physical phenomenon and consciousness, like, no, physical phenomena aren't a consciousness. It's the epiphenomenon created by the physical phenomenon. But the problem is with that is that epiphenomenon is just another materialistic physical phenomenon. But this is the point I'm trying to make here, is that I realized that what materialism actually is it's this weird superimposition of Cartesian dualism and panpsychism. Because I was thinking about it, if matter was truly devoid of consciousness, then you would have Cartesian dualism and consciousness would be outside of it. But if consciousness is truly physical and that it's adherent to physical matter, then panpsychism must be the truth. And notice neither of these two worldviews are materialism. And then I realized, wait a minute, materialism is the middle ground between these 2 points, right? It's like they want to take the unconscious aspect of Cartesian dualism of matter, but at the same time, they also kind of want the panpsychist aspect to explain how you don't need God to explain where consciousness comes from. So the point I'm trying to make here is then you can apply this to other religions and belief systems too, is that it's actually two metaphysical worldviews disguised as one metaphysical worldview. So the way this works is that if I criticize one particular metaphysical worldview, the other person will just switch to the alternate metaphysical worldview, and you don't even necessarily know what's going on. They're playing this like sliding block puzzle where they're switching back and forth between, concepts when you're thinking about it, but you as the victim assume this is just one belief system. And then you start to realize, no, it's actually two belief systems on top of each other. I'll give you another example, like with, Christianity, for example, or the Judeo-Christian God. Is like a lot of ways, I always felt the narrative in regards to God being both wrathful and judgmental, but also being kind and loving is kind of like an oil and water mixture, right? And the problem is that when you argue with Christians, for example, so let's say, a Christian comes along and says, we need to kill these people and, they're terrible. And I point, but, God is all about love and kindness. How can you say he's wrathful? But then they'll point to a part of the Bible where he's wrathful and terrible and awful. Conversely, you'll maybe say, hey, this God is terrible and awful and wrathful. And then they'll switch to the kind. No, God's actually loving and kind. And you're switching back and forth. And I just kind of like do a visual. It's like you're switching back and forth between worldviews like this. So it's like over here, and then it's just like this. Just going back and forth between worldviews, but you only think you're dealing with this one worldview, right? And symbols are kind of like that too, is that they always have a kind of this like, this is an interesting concept I've realized in philosophy. It's called the Mott and the Bailey. Are you guys aware with this? Anyway, I'll explain it. So the idea of the Mott and the Bailey is that there's two sort of positions. There's the kind of the reasonable, this is the kind of the lay person, everybody can agree with kind of position. And then there's the Bailey, which is like the really crazy, out there, ridiculous position. And the idea behind is that when I go after the Bailey, so the idea is the Mott and the Bailey was like the Mott was like the structure that's kind of like, it's sort of on the ground. And it can do, I can't remember like the exact thing. The idea is like, there's a structure that you return to when that's like, this is a very easy defensible position. And then there's like a difficult, crazy position. So the idea is that when I attack the crazy part of the belief system, they'll go, oh no, it's totally reasonable. It's not crazy at all. It's just this very simple, reasonable thing that everyone can believe in. And you're like, oh, okay, I guess I was wrong. And then when you leave the room, they go right back to the crazy stuff. And so I think that the point is when it comes to symbols and you talk about the idea of them being sort of broken down into 2 points, I think that's a really important insight there, because that seems to be how the bread and butter of how all brainwashing works, is taking a dualism and convincing you that it's actually a monism, right? And so you're kind of switching back and forth because you think you're attacking one thing, you think you're like going after one argument, but then they switch to a completely different point of view without you even realizing it. And I think with a lot of deception tends to work in this way, where there's this kind of this dual meaning, dual face. You have kind of like a happy, reasonable surface and a kind of malevolent sort of insanity underneath it. So I just kind of wanted to bring that to the table too.
I think that's quite interesting, what you're sharing here. And I think it's like a good description of the time loop, in a sense that it loops. And I think it's inevitable, really, that if you are putting something in one direction, that it's going to come back to you, right? Like that notion of the way that things operate. And, at some point you're going to feel the resistance moving you the opposite direction in what you thought you wanted to go, what you thought you were going. But the idea of the polarity, I think that what you're talking about is inevitable, and it's abstract. It's hard to explain, so I'll do the best that I can. The notion that a symbol represents a polarity, something that can be broken in half, that a symbol represents something which is cast out, which can relate to something outside. In other words, we are here in this matrix, and this is going back to what you were talking about a little while ago as well, about the idea of, who was it? Was it Tomru? Who was it that was saying that? It's hard to keep up because this chat moves. No, it wasn't. It was Back to Future 8814. The notion of the archons being the offspring. So the aeons are the offspring of other aeons. And the archons of the offspring of those. So they're all the same thing. They all are basically yelled about breaking himself up into smaller pieces. And the really, really small pieces are the archons, and the bigger chunks from which those small pieces came are the aeons. If you want to think of it as a scale of moving from monad to, but all scales of living beings. And then we talk about this reality, which I don't think it's been well represented. It's being represented as if it's a prison place, which it seems like. But I place becomes a prison because our minds turn the place into a prison. So the real prison is in our minds, because we change the way that we experience this reality. And this reality has this disassociation from the fundamental state of reality, because in order to experience the fullness of all these potentials, we have to project ourselves out of that reality, or we can't experience change. And change is how we learn. And learning is how we take that L and we capture what's in the urn, the underworld, shape, fundamental notions of vibration, and how the cosmic law enacts the change through which the energy can be translated, or as we see, moved, shifted, in order to maintain the equity of structure, which is reality. So looking at the way in which this notion of this other reality that we're in, and then the fundamental reality, the symbol is what connects absolute reality to the reality we're in. It's all symbolic, right? And that symbol is what is cast, is what is thrown from absolute reality here to become a reverberation that we experience as a reflection of reality that we call reality, but it's not quite reality because it's Maya, and Maya is a reflection of reality that we are trapped within our minds, experiencing what we think is reality, but it's a dream, the shamanic dream time. So this notion of the symbol being the contract between the origin and the product of the unity becoming the multiplicity through the birthing of the aeons, and down the line the archons and the various rulers that rule over the archons and the angelic realms and all the different spheres of activity, or the Vedic divas and the devis, and the yakshas and the rakshas, and all the beings that hold their station within the cosmic order of being in order for everything to become what it is as we're experiencing it. So this notion then is that what you're saying, Cosmic, to tie it in to what we're talking about here, is that there's always going to be this dualism. We're always going to have A and B. When we're looking at A, we become looking at B, we become A. Is that sort of what you're getting at, Cosmic?
I think what I'm trying to get at is is that yeah, you should recognize that there is A and B. I think what I'm getting at is that don't let A convince you that B doesn't exist and that B is actually a part of A and that there is no B. Be able to make the distinction between A and B. But the problem is, I think that when somebody prevents you from making distinctions, that I think is a kind of manipulation, right? Because then you can't sort of triangulate and figure out what is. Also, I just wanted to say I agreed with you, Franklin, about the idea that our world is not necessarily a prison planet. I kind of use the metaphor of like nematodes living in a cave. It's like they live in this cave-like environment. They don't understand that there's an outside world around them. They live in this dark cave world. But it's not like the cave world was built intentionally as a prison for these, worm-like creatures that live in a cave. It just happens to be there. And that's kind of how I look at reality, and kind of what the Fae have sort of taught me about the cosmology of the outer universes, right? That physical realities are a sort of a necessity for consciousness, because physicality provides stability to consciousness. And without physical realities, we wouldn't have symbols, we wouldn't have any kinds of forms or anything discernible or meaningful at all. And I guess kind of the sacrifice that we have to play is that, living in a physical reality can be kind of an unpleasant experience because, you're limited. And, but from what the Fae tell me is that, when a metaphysical being has a physical incarnation, that it sort of makes their soul itself stronger. It makes their soul more real, in a sense, that they're sort of eternal being because their consciousness has sort of touched physicality and matter, and that gives you sort of a more robust. Because it's kind of interesting, like, I have this relationship with the Fae, and they, and people, I kind of like don't like to bring this up, that the Fae tell me I'm one of them, because I don't want to come across like I'm some kind of like, I'm better than humanity or anything. I don't think that at all. But they kind of tell me that, like, there's this whole magical like progression that they're going into up there. And they say that kind of like, you know, one of the requirements to sort of like up the levels in their ranking is to take a physical incarnation into a world like this. But the thing is, from their perspective, it's incarnated into a physical world is very terrifying, because you don't necessarily get to like intentionally pick what's going to happen when you incarnate here. It's kind of a mystery, right? Because the way they explain it, um, the idea is that we're sort of being impregnated into this world, right? And that you have to find, and that this, this energy, this universe has to find a body and a form within the space-time continuum that's actually compatible with your consciousness. So actually, from their point of view, it's actually kind of like it's difficult to reincarnate here. There's a lot of bells and whistles. It's kind of like in real life how it's like you want to, like, you want to get a new car or something like that, and you got to be put on a waiting list, and it takes time, and you've got a lot of people, because there's a lot of people who want to, like, come back into this world, and there's not necessarily bodies available for everybody, so a lot of people are just kind of sitting around and waiting. But I guess the points that I'm trying to make here is that they look at this world as sort of just like an emergent property. That it's just like, this is just what happens with consciousness. There's high levels of consciousness and there's low levels of consciousness. And this just happens to be that lower manifestation. And that's kind of why I sort of hesitate, going through narratives about, like, prisons or control matrices, or, be going into a fallen state. To me, I just see physical reality as a sort of a natural progression of consciousness. It's an inevitability, if you will. I don't see it as a mistake, because it almost seems like this physical aspect of consciousness acts as a kind of an anchor or a foundation for the higher states of consciousness. And without this sort of this foundational realm, everything would just kind of collapse and fall into the void, and just everything would just start to disintegrate, and there'd be no form. It would just be pure consciousness soup, and just swirling colors. And I mean, that doesn't sound too bad, but probably there's no forms, there's no rabbits and rocks and crystals and people and stuff like that. So that's why I don't really see the solid world or the physical reality as necessarily as a prison. I can admit that a lot of times it can be very unpleasant and unfair and even cruel at times, but I don't necessarily see it as a prison, if that makes sense, because I think in a lot of ways that I'm not necessarily sure that most people really have to reincarnate here, just simply because it almost seems kind of unnecessary, seeing that, if you have an individual self, that you kind of just go on to the next level of sort of progression, because there's really kind of no need, unless you're like, you have some, like, you really messed up somehow. I think most people don't really need to go back and, like, become like oh yeah, I turned into like a wombat. That'll surely cure my gambling addiction, right, fellas? So, I mean, I guess at the end of the day, when it comes to, I just don't really know if I understand, reality, or how it works, but you just kind of come up with certain, and the Fae claim they don't fully understand how this universe works either. It's just like you're just sort of left with this, like, this impenetrable mystery that's like, expands infinitely in all conceivable directions, and even directions you can't conceive of. So I don't know, to say that this is a prison, just to kind of go back to it, just, I mean, maybe it is, but I just don't necessarily see that really makes a whole lot of sense. I just think that a more naturalistic explanation as to why physical reality is here just makes more sense to me. And I guess I understand sort of the utility of why people, want to believe that this world's a prison planet. But I think there is a kind of unhealthy relationship with that kind of belief, because then you sort of become antagonistic towards the world. And I don't think we really need any more antagonism in the world right now. Things are chaotic enough as it is.
Yeah, I don't feel like this is a prison planet either, but I do feel like we can be imprisoned in our minds and feel trapped, and like we don't have any way out, or any viable way to work on solving our issues, because we're kind of put in a system that is trouble to work with, and people have gotten away. One individual was able to build a beautiful log cabin. I think he videoed all of his building of his home, and was living out there in full thrival. people found him and said he was in danger out there and brought him into civilization again. He died about a week later from a common cold. So, we have people that get away from civilization that we don't really know about. There was the ghost of Maine. He lived out in the wilderness for, I think, over 20, maybe longer years. Um, Not known to be out there and just stealing food out of people's refrigerators at night, without any trace. And they thought he was a ghost for decades until they found him on camera one time. And a lot of people try to do it on their own, but human civilization kind of traps you in. They say that having a passport and having all these documentation and stuff didn't start until around the beginning of 1800s. Before that, it was kind of free reign. But more and more, they're trying to keep us under this red tape and make it a bit more difficult for us in our economies to be able to live outside of debt. But it's not impossible. I think one of the main issues is that people, through conformity in the wanting to fit in, are willing to go into toxic worldviews, toxic lifestyles, and make toxic choices and create a toxic world around us in order to fit in with others so that they're not kind of standing out. Whereas there are definitely people that try to fit out, that stand out and do their own thing and stand against the way, some of which get trampled down, others of which get selected to be allowed and brought onto the fold. So, it's an interesting world. I think it's a beautiful time right now to be able to start to come up with new systems. I don't know how well we could implement them now, but collaboration is huge right now, I think. So if we have a good leader that can help inspire people to collaborate towards a new system that's going to be helpful for humanity to transcend what's been happening for us as consumers in a consumerism capitalist market of a mechanized industrialized society that's crumbling around us. I think we could start to really work together to bring ourselves back to sovereignty and bring our communities into full thrival with not that much time. I think it would just we have the information at our fingertips now in the golden age of information, and we could live in permaculture um, paradises if we wanted to. But it's easier for us to play the dollar game, you know. And I mean, if you try to be out there and do your thing, they're gonna have to try to bring you in and have you pay taxes or property ownership issues, whatever could come into play. So it's too bad there's not like a place where people can go to be free on the world. It just seems strange to me.
Yeah, completely, brother. The the idea that we are propagating. I think this is an interesting concept that we don't always pay attention to. Is that we think of ourselves as being like, well, this is me. Look at me. This is who I am. No, this is who you are propagating. And you are continually propagating who you are. So, who you are from one moment to the next is a series of propagations. And yes, there are patterns. Yes, there is a rhythm. Yes, things follow cause and effect. So, what you started propagating last year is probably going to affect what you propagated last month and will have an effect on what you propagate today. To change those cycles of propagation isn't necessarily just an instantaneous I'm changing what I propagate now. It's like changing your garden, right? You can change your garden, but it's going to take time, right? Some of the old plants that were there from years ago are still going to propagate themselves. The seeds will be in there. Maybe 10 years down the line that you will have changed your entire garden theme. You'll have none of the old plants and only new plants. But these things take a certain amount of bleeding from the one epoch into the other epoch, if we can use such a term. And it's interesting. I mean, I've been watching you guys in the chat, and you guys are putting out some really interesting ideas and thoughts. And this idea of the symbolic structure of information something of it makes me think of these cymbals. When we were children, we used to play these musical cymbals, clang, 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 like little bells. And there's something quite interesting in the idea of what a cymbal does, right? Because it makes a clear sound that, because of the cymbal, you can tell the rhythm. And this is really, really interesting. Like, from a musicality perspective, think about what a cymbal does. A cymbal doesn't keep rhythm, right? But when you put the cymbals into the music, it shows you what the rhythm is, because the cymbal is able to reveal the relationship between the one sound and the other sound, which are percussive. So a cymbal is non-percussive from a musical perspective, the sound that it makes. It's non-percussive tonal relationship between two percussive ends, which are part of a rhythmic scale. I want you to digest that for a moment. And two ends being one sound and another sound, and how these two sounds fit into a rhythm, and how that produces a scale of rhythm that is repeating certain syllables of rhythm in order to maintain that sort of mood of consciousness. And then the cymbal comes, and it pauses that moment. It gives you like a snapshot. And so this is what a cymbal does in our brain, right? So, you know, like an idea that the cymbal carrying information, it carries the information. And it's important to realize that in the center of the word information, there's the word form. But it's the form that comes from inside that is part of creation. And so that form from inside is a structure, and it's knowledge. So symbols carry knowledge. Symbols initiate us into deeper levels of knowledge. And symbols are ways that we can share what we know with others. And there's many forms of these symbols, right? Language being probably one of the more evolved forms of symbolic. You can also share the same information with music, rhythms, or with colors, or shade of light and dark. You could draw it, or you could share that knowledge in the form of a statue that you've made with your hands. Or you could share it in a series of body movements, like a dance that is symbolically expressing ideas. So there's many, the symbol is such a powerful concept that it has no bounds. And yeah, the tree, you mentioned the tree, Vincent. That's probably the most primal and fundamental symbol that there is for life and for learning and for growth and for abundance and propagation. And so this symbol representing this exchange of spiritual potential between the cosmic, the mundane, and between ourselves becomes the expression of what connects the aeons to the archons, symbols. And so I would go as far as to go, well, what is everything made out of, right? Like before your molecule becomes a molecule, what is it? It has a blueprint. And that blueprint is a symbolic representation of what it could be. So that symbolic representation of what it could be is closer to the fundamental state of what it is than the actual mundane representation of molecules making your body, for example. Though it comes from an archetypal potential of different aligned energetic fields and states that make it that we can sort of experience what we experience here in reality. So bottom line, the sim, right? The sympathetic. What is sympathy? Yeah. What is a symphony? Right? What is a symphony? What is sympathy? What does it mean when two things are similar? Right? What does it mean to be simple? Right? to assimilate, right? What is a symptom, right? Symptom. It's always to do with a relationship. And this language that I'm speaking, this is the symbolic expression of sound, which connects you to me. So symbols connect things to others. So without symbols, everything would be disjointed. So could we think of symbols as the glue that keeps one thing that's separate to another thing can together be part of another bigger thing?
Yeah, that sounds
So
about
is
right.
the symbol the glue between the different beings? Yeah, cosmic, brother.
I wanted to also kind of jump on your the symbol, like the part of the drum set metaphor, because I think I kind of wanted to sort of expand upon that concept. Um, in addition to doing this Fey magic thing, I'm also, a music producer. I just kind of like, make music on my free time as a hobby. And one thing I noticed with like when you're talking about symbols is that I do think it's an interesting relationship for me, because one of the things that when I show my music to people, one of their common complaints that they have is that, I use so many like layers and distortion and bass that sometimes the rhythm kind of gets lost in all that because there's so much going on. And the symbols, like symbols, is usually a way for me to note a sense of rhythm using a sort of a high end area audio. Because I think with drums, like a kick drum, for example, it's denoting rhythm at a lower end of frequency, right? You feel a kick drum when you hear it, when you're listening to music, whereas a cymbal is more high end audio, right? You don't necessarily feel a cymbal, you hear it sort of piercing your ears or piercing your mind. And this kind of goes back to my whole consciousness as awareness versus being um, dialect that I've been working on. And the idea that like the symbol, like, or the SYMBOL versus CYMBAL, is that in the same sense that you hear a symbol at a higher end of the audio spectrum, the sort of the more the treble sort of range as opposed to like the bass range. I feel like that's kind of similar with consciousness. When you see a symbol, it more interacts with that higher end awareness aspect of consciousness that's more light and breezy and intellectual, as opposed to that more being aspect of consciousness, more feeling and reflexive and just sort of more internal and abstract. And so in a lot of ways the symbol, it's like what the symbol is doing is it's denote that's where I'm kind of like caveat somewhat differently from your metaphor, Franklin, is that the symbol, it denotes the rhythm at a higher audio frequency than the drums do, which denote the thing at a lower frequency. But the thing is, the rhythm is existent at both the high and the low end of the spectrum, and that the symbols are still interconnected with the pattern that the drums are part of. So in a sense, it's still part of the rhythm, but what it's doing is it's demonstrating the rhythm at a higher frequency. So in a sense, the kick drum makes you feel the rhythm, whereas the cymbals make you hear the rhythm, make you sort of intellectually. It's something your mind can sort of articulate rhythmically, as opposed to something that your body understands. And I think that's kind of the same relationship with sort of experiences and symbols, and that we experience symbols at that more higher end. It's like basically what I'm saying is that the parts of the brain that understand symbols is the same part of the brain that understands the phenomenon of symbols, both the idea of a signified object versus the metal plate that you hit with a drumstick to make a particular sound. But the point is that they're both kind of processed in the same aspect of the mind, and that sort of that higher end kind of intellectual awareness. And in a way, it's sort of like, you could also think that symbols, they kind of like, they create life, is that when you have a symbol, but you put it in an energetic context. So for example, you think of like a melody as a symbol, like some kind of a recognizable melody, right? Like for maybe think of like Somewhere Over the Rainbow for the Wizard of Oz soundtrack. Most people know that song, right? But the thing with that song is that you can play it in different ways. You could play that song in a minor key. you could make that saw go upwards. So in a sense that you can take that symbol, but you put it in a different relationship, you impregnate that symbol into a different kind of energetic dynamic, and you create a new result. And I think there's something kind of alchemical about that whole process of taking a symbol, imbuing it with a foreign energy, and then giving that symbol a kind of a new relationship and a new life. I mean, think about like the swastika, for example, that how historically that symbol has had different contexts and meaning over time. So when Helena Blavatsky came up with theosophy, the idea was that, and in ancient Hinduism, the swastika was meant to denote sort of like infinity, a divine nature. But then in the 20th century, when Hitler and the Nazis came along, all of a sudden the swastika now has a completely different context. And so it's, in a way, it's like they took that swastika, that symbol, and they sort of basically, oh, let's take this loving Hindu symbol, but let's sort of alchemically mix it with a vat of hate goo, just of hate and anger, put it in there, and then we'll see, and then we take it out of that cauldron of hate, and now that swastika has a new energetic resonance to it. But in a sense, it's still kind of related to the original meaning, because they're both sort of like this kind of, they represent a kind of a divine higher order aspect of infinity. But from the Hindu context, it's more of a positive connotation, whereas the kind of the Nazi Hitler, it's a more negative and hateful context. So in a way, there is symbols, but it's also, in a way, it's like symbols interact with sort of fields of energy, with these sort of toroidal fields of energy, and that symbols, they're kind of like vessels, like a jar or a glass or something like that, right? You can take a symbol and you can pour different liquids in it. So let's say, thinking about like a cross, for example, but it's like a glass cross, and I can fill that cross with milk. I can fill it with orange juice. I can fill it with honey. I can fill it with blood. I can fill it with Coca-Cola, and I can kind of like give it a different. So it's the same symbol, but you can kind of you can channel different energies to that symbol, and yet at the same time, the symbol still has a certain level of set of limits and sort of aspects to it that it can't necessarily go beyond. Because if you think about it, at a certain point, if I put lava in that glass cross, the glass is just going to melt and there's no cross anymore. So there's like a limit case to that. So I don't know. It's like, if you think about it, I guess I would almost think that maybe symbols represent that more masculine dimension of consciousness, because I was thinking about it like erotica, for example. How men perceive erotica versus the way women perceive erotica, right? So for men like images, they like visual stimulus, something that's like visual out in front of them, right? Or something that you touch and something that you feel, right? You're sort of like, you're touching. Whereas with female erotica, they like reading stories. They, instead of having a bunch of being enveloped in images, they want to be penetrated with words and symbols and language. So it's like, in a way, it's like when there's a kind of a sexual relationship between sort of symbols, and that symbols kind of impregnate certain vessels or certain wombs of consciousness in the universe, and then that symbol then takes on a new meaning and a new context that was not necessarily the original intent. So I just think that's kind of an interesting relationship to point out.
I like the erotica conversation part of it. Um, wanting to be impregnated, that's interesting. And, I've often thought about the whole thing with the swastika and the way that, like you say, um, the true meaning of the swastika has been hidden in a cloud. It's like someone coming into your room and farting in your room where you've got beautiful flowers so that you can't smell the flowers. Trying to obscure how your flowers smell and saying, gosh, can you smell those flowers? They smell a bit off. But actually, there's someone standing next to the flower pot farting away. And you're like, you're right, those flowers don't smell good. But it's actually not the flowers that's the bad smell. It's the cheeky bugger with, with the gas wind. Pump up the. And I think that that's quite an interesting concept. Like, it makes me think that that obviously was done by design. What do you think? Do you think it was done by design? And with that in mind, the obfuscation of language, right? The obfuscation of words, meanings of words, spelling, how they've changed the spelling, how they've created complete and utter obfuscation in order to hide, because there is a continuity in language with number, because the symbolic notions of the alphabet used to come from a numerical reflection of geometry being expressed, and the sacred geometry carries a continuity of numeration, and the numerations express subtle forms of information in their number. And so relationships between different words and different sounds could easily be seen due to the nature of the due to the nature of the relationship itself, right? In terms of fundamental building blocks. And so, and my question's becoming quite um you've never seen anyone like me before. Chaos. Well, I like to think I'm a little bit unique. I think we're all a little bit unique. But this idea that there's this notion, you know, of obfuscation happening on a grand scale. What do you guys think? Like, what is the reason? What is the need that's happening? And do you think it's just happening by coincidence, or do you? I mean, to me, it seems clear that there are people driving it in order to make profit. In other
I
words,
think what it actually is, it's like the factory can't produce any new products. Is that what I mean by that? Is that when it comes to language, and you think about the evolution of language, is that people used to spend time, creating new words, creating new concepts. And that's kind of one of the things that's been really cool about making my own system, is that you start to come up with your own words and your own language to start to define things. That gives you a tremendous sense of like freedom and liberation. But what I notice with a lot of just the way human culture works is that we tend to want to conform to the group. And there's this idea that the group knows what's best, and I individually can't make up my own new words. I can't come up with my own new meanings, and I can't come up with my new concepts. However, I can take old concepts and sort of try to rearrange the ideas and then kind of reinvent them into something new. So it's kind of like a game of plagiarism that's sort of happening here on a sort of both a spiritual level and a kind of a scientific and conceptual level, where you're not really creating anything new. Instead of creating new language, you're just taking words and it's kind of like with movies nowadays, how they're just making remakes of everything. They're not coming up with any new movies or television shows, or just remaking ideas. And that's kind of how I see it is with spirituality. Instead of people coming up with their own spirituality and going out into the woods and coming up with their own insight, all they're really doing is sort of taking old systems and repackaging them. And so there's this inevitable telephone game effect that happens when you do that over time, when you're just sort of copying the system over and over and over again for hundreds, if not thousands of years. And there's this inevitable distortions that are going to happen in that case. And the reason that happens is because people have this, we've been psyoped into thinking that we're not allowed to create new words and new concepts, or speculate on new types of spiritual entities or different gods. You have to use what's already been laid out. You have to use the tools that are in the tool shed. You can't bring any outside tools. And so that's what people do. They work with the cultural zeitgeist that they're in. Like, I think about like again, to bring up Christianity, for example, if you're someone who genuinely believes that Christianity is the truth, and you want to try to come up with a new understanding of the world, well, you can't leave behind Christianity, right? And you also can't deny the Bible as being the ultimate truth of the universe, right? But you can come up with a different interpretation of the Bible, and you can come up with a different interpretation of the symbols and the mythology that presents you. And that's kind of how the system stays alive, by taking old ideas and sort of creating something, different out of that, by coming up with a reinterpretation. But from a kind of a reproductive perspective, an ideological reproductive, this is a kind of an incestuous way to sort of recreate a system. You're just kind of like, it's just, you're kind of breeding into itself, rather than sort of like branching out and exploring different ideas and different concepts. Because when you really branch out and align your ideas with different concepts that are outside of your system, I think that's when you really start to create novelty and a better understanding. So I think when it comes to understanding the universe, and when it comes to new ideas and concepts, I think what we need to do is, maybe this is a little bit excessive, but I feel like there'd be less confusion if we simply came up with new words for new concepts, instead of taking all the words that we have and just replacing them with different meanings, right? Having the same dictionary. You know what it's like? It's like we can't put any new words in the dictionary. So instead, we have to change the meanings of the words that we already have in the dictionary, as opposed to adding new words to the dictionary, leaving the old words with their original meanings intact. It's like we're just constantly sort of reinventing the wheel without keeping the old wheel, on a shelf, if you will.
But here's a question. Don't you think that happens in schools because of teachers? And does that happen because teachers are teaching a particular syllabus? And does that happen because that particular syllabus gets dictated by a certain group of people from a think tank that are essentially being controlled by a very small group of people that control most of the money and resources on the planet, and that they have a vested interest in humanity being a bit dumbed down because they are running a racket, and humanity are falling for the ploy of being employed by these billionaires in their big corporations and working our 9 to 5, these days 6 days a week just about, in order to keep the billionaires in their billions, so that they can be in absolute control of the world, and then we can believe that we are living in a democracy where the media that these billionaires are able to pay for and own because of the money that they take from us for us working for them, so that they can control all the resources on earth. They then use that media to enforce the education that has been pushed onto us as children, which was also dictated by the same group of people that own the media. Do you see this vicious cycle? Like, how much of it is by design and how much of it is just happening?
Well, it's kind of hard to say, because it's like, I can understand how billionaires would, want to control the world and control the narrative. I guess the question is, do they believe what they're selling to the people? Like, when they tell someone that there is no God and there are no spirits, do they themselves believe that too? Or are they like, nah, I know God is real, but I'm just going to tell them God's not real just to mess with them? I think that both scenarios are plausible. I think that you could see both of them kind of existing in that sort of thing. But I guess the thing is, like, I feel like those billionaires you're talking about are just as duped by the same telephone game that I'm talking about. I see them as being just as blind as the masses. And it's like literally the blind leading the blind. But the thing is, when I think about people who are evil in this world, most evil people don't think they're evil, or at least they don't present themselves as evil. They like to think that, I'm the good guy, I'm telling what's right. And they feel justified enforcing these worldviews down their throats, because they see themselves as, I'm going to show them the right way. I'm the enlightened one. I know what's up, but they're just propagating more delusion. And so that's the way I see it. I see it as the blind leading the blind. I don't think that the billionaires and the elites, I mean, obviously they probably, because they're rich, they have more access to occult knowledge and they have more, but at least from what the Fae have told me and from their perspective, that they're pretty much just as ignorant as the people they brainwash. They're just as delusional and just as blind, which I guess is scary in a different way if you think about it. So that's kind of the way I look at it. So I definitely think that there's there is control, but it's because they think they're what they're doing is right. They think they have the answers. They think, because when you really are around a lot of people who have those kind of authoritarian tendencies, that they want to, because I've been around people that they just want to control the environment, because yeah, I've hung out with people on both the far left and the far right on the internet, people who both advocate for both, authoritarian communism and authoritarian fascism. And you start to realize that these people, they just have an authoritarian personality on their own. They're people who usually they had bad childhoods, they've had abusive parents, and they feel like I have to control everything. I have to control because they feel a lack of control and chaos within themselves. And they feel like they're in this chaos. They feel like this is all chaos. I have to control it. I got to put my foot down and I got to get people to submit to my will because that's the only way. And you start to realize a sadder narrative is that these people are essentially nihilists, and that the reason they're so authoritarian is because they believe that everything is sort of mindless chaos, and that they see themselves like they're Marduk, and we, the people, are Tiamat, and we're this chaotic dragon that needs to be subdued and taken control of. And that's why I think when it comes to like understanding evil in nefarious world, I can accept the fact that they are being intentionally manipulative and that they are being intentionally controlling. But at the same time, it's because they think what they're doing is right, even if it may, I mean, obviously, people can believe something is right. That's totally horrible and morally questionable. But a lot of times when you look at the villains of history, whether it be Hitler or Stalin or Genghis Khan or, one of these Roman empires, these evil people, these people who are controlling, they think they're the heroes. They think they're the liberators. They think they're the ones unveiling the veil of ignorance. And they look at, and I think a lot of it, there's a misanthropy that comes from it, right? And a lot of these people who have this kind of controlling dictator mindset, like you said, that want to control the populace, they look at humanity with contempt. They look at these stupid, ignorant, wasteful, mindless people. They can't do anything for themselves. I got to crack the whip. I got to control them. And they feel justified in controlling people because they think, look at these stupid monkeys. Look at these, because they have this negative and contemptuous view of humanity, probably because maybe they were abused, maybe they were bullied as a kid, or maybe they're just a psychopath. And so to me, and I think the other aspect of evil, why I kind of push back on that narrative, is I don't think that it's singular, because most people who have nefarious agendas are usually selfish, and they'll look to exploit. It's not like the idea that this idea of evil, that Satan is kind of the nexus of evil, and all the demons are kind of obediently ordering and following the devil because he's their leader and they respect him. I think the reality is that most demons wish they were the devil. They want to be at the top of the throne. And so what's really going on with evil is this never-ending king of the hill battle where demons are just clawing and fighting over each other for the dominant, top of the space. And that's kind of how I look at these worldviews, is that you have all these governments that have these nefarious agenda, but I don't see them as being this singular organized entity. I see them as sort of like fighting against each other and sort of competing for dominance. So it's like you have multiple let me put it this way. I don't think there's one Illuminati. I think there are dozens of different Illuminatis competing each other for world dominance, right? And we're just kind of in the crossfire of their kind of power struggle. We're kind of like innocent victims in their sort of power play. And to kind of tie this back to the whole idea of like the kind of the sort of the telephone game perception, if you will, I just think that there's a lot of just people, taking ideas, they're bad ideas, but they're sold in a way that's really, seems good and promising. And I just think it's just a lot of like ignorance, just sort of being and shit and bad ideas being promulgated over the eons of time. And inevitably, when that happens, there's going to be distortion that's almost unintentional. So I guess the way I would try to understand any kind of like nefarious act, it's hard to kind of like pinpoint down to one thing, I guess is what I'm saying. Yeah, so I think I agree with what you're saying in spades, in strides there, Franklin, but I just maybe not necessarily the actual narrative. But there's definitely manipulation, there's definitely coercion, but I think it's kind of a more I think there's a kind of a blindness to it. It's a pyramid scheme. It's like we're being deceived, but the people who are deceiving us are also being deceived by a group above them, and then the group above them, they're being deceived by another group above them, and it just sort of never ends. But I think it's just a lot of just like it's the blind leading the blind. And I know you might disagree with that, but I don't know. I guess in a lot of ways, I guess maybe I really don't know where I'm going with this, but the point is that um, when it comes to words and it comes to language, that there's always these kind of meanings and obfuscations that are added to them. All these new cultural contexts, all these like new and I think now that I think about this, this is why one of the reasons why I started my own system, because I was sick and tired of trying to figure out, oh, this symbol means this. No, it actually means that. No, this philosopher said this. No, 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 that's completely wrong. He actually meant this. And I'm sick and tired of like playing this game of, of he said, she said, is this true? Is this not true? And I'm like, you know what? Let's just take the chalkboard, erase everything on the chalkboard, and just start completely from freaking scratch. And I think that's what we should do. And I think if we want to talk about understanding the relationship between symbols and how they affect our consciousness and how they manipulate us, I have a little homework assignment for everybody here and the people in the chat too. I want them to also kind of participate to understand that, is that try today, if you can, just take a sheet of paper and just create your own imaginary alphabet, right? Don't necessarily make it like, like there's an A, B, C. Just create like a bunch of symbols, a bunch of random symbols, associate sounds with them, and see how your mind actually processes those symbols. And it's interesting when you just create a symbol from scratch, just out of the ether. It's pure because there's no cultural baggage. Because you think about the symbols that we use in common everyday culture. These symbols have been sitting around in human culture for thousands of years, sort of incubating through history and incubating through different like religious movements and political movements and different emotional motivations. But when you just draw something from your imagination out of nowhere, it has none of that historical cultural baggage attached to it. And I feel like from that point of view, I feel like I can get a more honest and unfiltered understanding of how magic works in the universe and how consciousness operates, without this milieu of thousands of years of cultural baggage and ideas, and this sort of like these telephone games, and this symbol means this thing, no, this word means that mean. And I just my attempt and my approach is just wipe the slate clean and start with something completely different, completely outside of the Western system, and then sort of come back to it and figure it out from there. Because I think in a lot of ways it's like we're kind of infected. It's like the cultural human mind is this kind of like this disease or this infection, and we kind of needed to step outside of that quarantine zone of human consciousness and get into these different kind of otherworldly states and come up with your own symbols. And then you can really start to take sort of agency and sovereignty over your mind again. Because now it's like, okay, now I have my own. Because I think really the end of the day, why I made it my system is like, I wanted a way to understand the universe and reality that ultimately makes sense to me. And oftentimes when we take other belief systems, we may believe in them because they sound cool, but they don't necessarily always make sense to us. We're looking at the world through someone else's understanding, someone else's vision. And from that point of view, it doesn't matter if their intentions are malefic or benevolent, because ultimately at the end of the day, you're losing your own voice and your own perspective when you lose yourself in other people's symbol systems. And it doesn't matter whether, and there's nothing wrong with the symbol system that's good and has good intentions, but that doesn't necessarily help you understand who you are uniquely as an individual. I think taking magical agency and magical sovereignty by creating your own words, creating your own symbols that are sort of reflections of your own inner being. And I think you can get a better understanding of reality, and you can see through the deception a lot more easily that way, because you're not using their infected epistemological system to understand your reality. You then come back to it with a fresh, a more pure understanding of reality that isn't infected by all these psyops and manipulation and all this sort of, cultural piggybacking. And you can look at it from that way. So, um, I guess I don't have anything else to say. That's the end of my thought.
Cool. I love that. To respond to the question of why we're being obfuscated, or whether we're being obfuscated, I think a lot of insight can be gained from going through the Law of One material on the differences between service to others and service to self. They show that you can choose two paths here, and that if you choose service to self, you put yourself in a place where you're going to gain power, but you're going to put yourself in isolation and separation, because you're gaining that power through exploitation of others. Now, if you put yourself in a place of service to others, you're gonna bring yourself to places of unity and joy and integration, but you're not gonna have power. And so, through that, they say that the reason for there being these two options is because light needs darkness to be defined and to be understood and known. And so, suffering allows the source creator to realize the infinite self and design it. And so, the creator experiences pain in order to supersede it with creating light, love, and love light to um, overcome the darkness. And so they say the negative experiences of individuals and the opposing views are catalysts that drive people further into the service to others. So the suffering is gaining for the individual, and it's beneficial to the creator mind as well.
That's a good point you bring up there, Indy. And I think what I want to say to that is that I think that the issue we're dealing, because you talk about the dynamic of service to self versus service to others. The problem that we're dealing with is that the people who are service to self are defining what service to others means to us. So they're the people who are service to self are defining for the cultural population what service to others actually means. That's why I say you kind of have to get outside of the human system, because in a lot of ways, some of our moral um, our moral systems and our sort of our religious frameworks and dogma are defined by people who have selfish motivations behind them. And there's usually, sometimes an element of guilt and gaslighting. And like, I'm trying to think of like what an example of that. Like, think about like, let's have a hypothetical. Sure. Like, let's say I'm some kind of mystical guru, right? And I claim to be, trying to enlighten people, open their minds. But then I tell all my followers some story about how they were terrible in a previous life, and that they're sort of suffering from bad karma, and, they got to work through it, right? And from the perspective of the follower, they may think, oh, I had this bad karma in my past life, and I'm going to, work through it to become a better person. But the psyop that they don't necessarily realize is that the person the cult leader, I didn't see into your past lives. I don't think that you're necessarily, but I need you to believe that you were bad in a past life so that you can feel guilty, and therefore I'll be able to more easily control and manipulate your thoughts and actions, because you believe in a false narrative in regards to service to others. You're following a narrative, a moral system of service to others that's being defined by someone who is ultimately in alignment with service to self. And being able to get away from these false teachers and these false prophets, you then can have a more accurate discernment as to what service to self and service to others means, not being mediated or filtered through somebody who has a nefarious agenda.
All right. Let's see here.
Yeah, you know, Um, I think this is like really very on the money button point of the conversation, because the obfuscation of the symbolic is really a profound issue. I think it was our tuition that might have mentioned um, earlier about how the symbolisms are tethered. These are my words. I'm just paraphrasing very loosely. Tethered to a archetypal recognition and realization, and that there is um, a presence to this information as it's being carried through the corridors of time, and it has left its imprint, and it's well founded in its meaning. And yeah, the ideas of many cultural changes, trying to reappropriate symbols, trying to reappropriate the meanings of words, changing the way words are spelled and the way words are said, and expecting the rest of us to just be stupid enough to just go along with it. Sadly enough, people are being dumbed down quite a lot, and I think a lot of that's diet, right? It's a well-known Vedic thing that if you eat rubbish, your brain will turn to rubbish. So it's really that simple, right? You're putting fuel into your body, right? If you just take a leak into the petrol tank of your car, how far is it going to get you? Yeah. Like your car is designed to take particular fuel. You can't just, oh, well, I've got kerosene. The kerosene might get you down the road. It might get you a mile, might even get you half a mile, 2 miles, but at some point your motor is just going to blow up, or it's going to become very, very, you know. So I think like there is this reality, this important reality of this misappropriation of information that is becoming more and more vivid as we move forward. And the symbolic, I think, are fundamental structures of information. We should be making an effort to recognize the historical validity and importance of the symbols that we know, hold, and use. What have we got here, dear brother?
I was on mute.
Indie
I
brother.
developed a system here, and I came up with my own representation of a triple yin yang to encapsulate the different worldviews one might go through in their development of self-mastery. And I have what's called the middle path labeled M. That's the S curve in the middle that I show to be acknowledging the defects and seeking to empower through mediating shame emotions, grateful for spiritual triumphs, and learning lessons from mistakes. So basically, there's an integration where we gain light through the darkness in the middle path. So through all the difficulties that we've come across, we turn them into gold. And instead of becoming a victim in the process, we become triumphant and help others feel that they can become triumphant as well in their adversities and hardships. So on one side, we have the darkness, and on the other side, we have the light. On the side of the darkness, we see people that are doing intentional harm, and we see other people that are being harmed and not building resilience or coping well and falling into that cycle. Then on the side of light, we see people that wish to do well to others, but don't do well for themselves. And we see people that do well for themselves, but have a hard time that giving to others. And so through these two extremes, we find these other two sets of yin yangs inside that are integrating the extremes in different ways. So this is just one of my little projects in which I kind of explored the possibilities of different worldview value sets that we can have through our experiences of where we're at in life. Now, this is something I developed, and it's showing that the light side is represented as water, whereas the dark water side is represented as fire. And the light can be blinding. Maybe we can stumble through the dark, but through the integration of the two, we can find our sight and our insights to be able to share perspective with others to guide them and inspire them. So it's just one of the projects I've had. And as funny as Cosmic was mentioning earlier, to develop your own set of symbols and alphabet, I've done that many a time, and I've just been kind of going through all my notes to try to find all those. But I wanted to mention this first. It took me a while to find it and pull it up. But I do have a lot of scraps on my own little systems of alphabets, and that is really like a inspiring process. I mean, not everybody has that level of creativity, but if you do set out to create like a little system like this, it kind of pulls your mind together so that you have like these different branches of thought that are kind of isolated in their own little webs. When you create your own little system, it kind of brings everything together and you have like an instant branch that goes out from there instead of having to go route yourself through all the different routes to get to your knowledge. You just kind of have like an overarching branch that's been integrating your knowledge system together. It's going to be influenced by other things. It's going to be hard to think outside of the box that you've been put in, but the more that you can develop insights to be able to escape the box, the greater your mind will be able to have a deeper imagination in other aspects as well, I think. So it's a beautiful process. Now, I came up with one level of alphabet that is more of a beautification of the ABCs, where we turn each of the symbols into a picture, mostly revolving around the heart being facing in different directions, and of people facing one side or the other in each symbol. It's either a heart or a person or a combination of a person and a heart. Then I have other ones that are just basically various line vectors that I use to create a number system, so that when you create a multiplication table, you can see the patterns that emerge as the two different symbols are integrated. So instead of changing the numbers, I would have each number as a representation of its factors. That's the project I'm working on for the Codex of Mathematics and Language. I've taken great passion in these works, and creative aspects are coming back, which is a beautiful thing.
Yeah, brother. I think it is quite an important thing to be able to sort of recognize and being able to recognize and put into perspective just exactly where this language, symbol, conglomeration of ideas, the imagination, you mentioned that earlier. And I think like adventures of imagination is a natural childlike state, something that we have as children. And those of us that have imagination while we're older have imagination because we couldn't be taught, pulled tight, and created tension the way other people wanted us to be. We couldn't be controlled. We couldn't be manipulated so easily. It will be a combination of these, or all of these, or one of some, whichever, different parts. And so those people that as children, for whichever reasons, didn't get that sort of proper dose from the education system, managed to escape with our imagination intact. And because it's like, it seems clear that they want to wash the imagination out of people, brainwash the imagination out, right? It seems to be part of the system. Systemically, it's part of the education system. They don't want to breed thinkers because thinkers are dangerous. thinkers ask questions. And when thinkers ask questions, they say, well, why are we living in this financial system? Why is the political system like this? Who decided to make the bombs that we're launching at that country? Why are we supporting Israel when they're bombing the Palestinians? Right? Why aren't we stopping? Why do we send war to Iraq for God knows what reason? Apparently, they had some weapons. But when there are actually people using weapons, hurting other people, we do nothing. Like, where are our values? Right? And when people start asking those questions, they start saying, oh, but hold on, who's making money? The big companies make the bombs that get launched in Palestine. So they have a vested interest. And who makes that money? Well, none of us. There's a board of directors. They make that money. Okay, who are they? Well, we're not allowed to know who they are because they're private, right? But we know they must be like important people and be making a lot of money. So, yeah, chaos. Exactly, Gaz. So this notion of intelligent thinking and creative thinking is not something that's desired for humanity, because there'll be too many activists. People with imagination tend to want to be activists. They look at things that are wrong and they go, well, this isn't working for me. It doesn't make sense. I want to change it. Like you're saying, Cosmic, you want to get your own set of symbols, right?
Mm-hmm.
The public have been weaponized against that. Don't you think? Would people call you a cook?
Yeah, I think I know that from personal experience, just from meeting like people in the occult community have said that, I'm a fraud and like I'm bullshit or whatever. Like I see it because I don't follow their rules and their ideas of what an occultist or a magician is supposed to be. Everybody has a certain idea. And to kind of push back on what you're saying earlier, like I agree, but with a caveat. I think that it's not so much that they want to get rid of our imagination, it's that they want to control our imagination. They want to funnel our imagination to fit into a specific parameter. Because I think that when it comes to imagination creativity, the system doesn't mind if it generates them capital. They don't mind if that imagination creative gives them some new device that does that. Or if you can use the imagination to create a sense of fear, to create a sense of, because what you're doing is that when you have an imagination, you basically, it is kind of like you're a magician, because you can kind of use your imagination to explore and sort of control the parameters of your reality, right? You have a sense of sovereignty and agency in terms of how you understand the world, how you define it, what you believe in, what you don't believe in, and etc. And I think the powers that be, the system, they don't want people thinking independently. And so it's not so much that they want to get rid of the imagination, they want to get rid of your imagination and replace it with their imagination. So it's not so much that they don't want you to have an imagination, they just don't want you to have your own unique individual imagination. They want you to have their prescribed definition of imagination. They want you to live in their imaginational world. And in Zarfexology, this is the whole concept of the Zerfikes is relevant here. And that's the idea, is that you're sort of put. So the idea in Zarfexology is that everything in the universe are these dimensional bubbles, right? So the idea of a Zerfikes is that it's a bubble that convinces you it's the only bubble in reality. And a lot of people are kind of in a Zerfikes, one way or the other, right? Just conceptually. And the idea is that there's a sort of an edge to the imagine. You don't realize there's an edge there, but when you are a type of person that uses your imagination to explore, you think, oh man, this space is going on forever. It's totally infinite. This paradigm that I believe in, it just goes on forever. Like, wait, hold on. Why is there a wall here? Why is it now I'm like knocking out a wall? I didn't realize there was a wall when I go out this far. And you realize like, holy crap, this isn't a free paradigm. This is a trap. And then you basically, when you realize and you embrace mystery and you see that no real story can define ultimate reality, you then can kind of pierce through that membrane bubble and see the reality outside of it. And then you can kind of get to a place where your imagination is truly free and unfettered by these forces. But I think for the most part, we feel like we have to, sit in a particular paradigm. And I think the other thing about the control mechanism is that there's an illusion of choice, right? So you can believe in this religion, you can believe in this religion where you're basically, terrified and helpless, and there's this God that, doesn't care about you. Or you can believe in materialism where you're helpless and terrified, and there's no God that cares about you. And you see, it's like both of these options kind of suck. But because we think we have the illusion of choice, we think we're free because we're kind of set apart by these opposites. It's like there's delusions, but there's delusions at all ends of the spectrum, right? So that way, if you're a skeptical person, there's a trap for you. If you're a believing person, there's a different trap for you, right? And so there's different types of indoctrination for different types of people. So if you take someone who is very open to the supernatural and mystical, you're going to have a very different strategy for controlling that person as opposed to someone who's very skeptical of magic, very skeptical, just a hardline materialist. And you have to create different controlling paradigms to control those two different types of people. And that's kind of why you have that, aspect to it. So I forgot what the original tangent about this was about, but I would just say that when it comes to any belief system, any kind of like way of thinking, that nobody really, a liberating realization to have is that nobody fully understands what happens. I think that's one of the things I really loved about Terence McKenna was one particular speech he had about the idea that nobody understands what's going on, not Buddhists, not scientists, not Christians. And when you go to a place where you think that nobody really understands what happens, what's going on in the world, your imagination truly has the freedom to explore different ideas and concepts. But when you think somebody does understands what's happening, you think, oh, this group has everything figured out, or this group has everything now. Now your imagination is boxed in again because you think, well, they understand what's going on, so why should I even speculate in the first place? They already have everything figured out. But when you go from a perspective of people don't have everything figured out, now it's like, oh, well, nobody else knows what's going on, so I might as well speculate and throw my hat into the ring. But people don't feel like they have the freedom to do that because they assume that there are people out there who already have everything figured out, who already understand everything. And because we assume that other people understand everything, we don't try to understand the world. I think that's a good place to leave off.
That's quite interesting. The notion of, and this I think ties into the symbolic, to the roots of this conversation in a fairly profound way. You see, the symbolic is about a connection. It's about a contract. A and B are connected. And in the connection between A and B, or 1 and 2, there is information being moved. The symbol is the agent of moving information. So you can think of symbolism and computer code as being the same thing, right? This is why we've got binary code for computers, because it's the way in which symbols communicate. Hence, the binary code can be repackaged in patterns so that the rhythms of the patterns represent particular aspects of particular symbolic expressions that can be tied together to create compound symbolic expressions that will turn into fairly informative suggestions or commands for the system to fulfill. So, and I'm going to try not to get too out there and lose my way on this out there journey. So the idea of a symbol being the representation between A and B, 1 and 2, and that passage of information moving through what we call symbol, that contract, then I think it's a natural instinct for us to, through the symbolic, look for the information outside of ourselves. And possibly this is where symbols become an issue. Because don't get me wrong, symbols are great. They give us an insight and a way to be able to symbolically perceive things in relativity to each other using symbols. It gives us that handle on what we're seeing out there and taking what we see out there and equating it to what's in here. But when one transcends the use of symbols, one's no longer limited by time and space. So I think symbolism relates to the sphere of time and space. Like, example, one gets to a deep state of meditation where one transcends symbolic identity. And one goes into a very deep place of experiential presence. And so I equate this to wisdom. Wisdom is when we are just experiencing. I equate these symbols to understanding. We understand symbols and we use symbols to express understanding. Wisdom is something that is hinted at in the expression of understanding, or it can be hinted at in the expression of understanding, but usually as a byproduct of the understanding, i.e., a parable can express wisdom without directly expressing the wisdom, but through the act of expressing A, B, C, D, E, F, G, another narrative, one can see the tracks of wisdom in the way that one can't see the sky, but one or can't see the air, but one can see the effects of air moving. And so seeing the effects of air moving, the wind and the moving of the trees and the dust, one is able to recognize that there is air. But were it not for those effects of the moving air, one wouldn't be able to distinguish the air from not the air, because one wouldn't see evidence of the air. So in the same sort of way, I think symbols act as that very powerful glue that connects us to the objective perspective of that which is outside of ourselves. And so there might be this instinctive, natural pattern towards then wanting to induct, to induce symbolic relevance into ourselves from the outside, seeking, like you're saying, Cosmic, this enlightened person, like, give me the truth. Yeah, hit me with your rhythm stick. Who did that? That was James Brown. Hit me with your rhythm stick. But that symbolic, current, hit you with a rhythm stick. That's very shamanic, by the way. Very shamanic. Having a rhythm stick and hitting someone with a rhythm stick, to change the rhythm of their consciousness. It's a wand. The rhythm stick is a wand, and you hit someone with your wand to change their state of consciousness. It's Hollywood does it. Hollywood's a rhythm stick, like you were saying earlier, about wanting to usurp imagination. I think that's what Hollywood's all about, using the rhythm stick of the holly tree, the wood, to retune our consciousness and bring that sort of element of perspective, which is in a narrow bandwidth. And, I think it is quite interesting when we start to recognize that the symbolic is trying to find a bridge between that which is within us and that which is outside of us. So it's a bridge between the unconscious and the conscious. It's a bridge between that which is abstract and that which is objective, subjective and objective. Abstract, or what's the opposite word to abstract? You would say something is abstract, or it is normal. I don't like the word normal, but you guys see what I'm getting at.
Concrete.
Sorry, brother.
Usually the abstract is the opposite of the concrete.
Okay, the concrete. Yeah, I suppose that makes sense. Like that which is obvious and physical. So you know, I think there is a lot of really profound room for exercising our imagination. What you said earlier, Cosmic, is like, I think it's a great exercise. Yeah. Playing with words, creating your own thing, whatever it is. And, you know, I think we've been taught not to exercise our imagination, because the moment we start exercising our imagination, it's like exorcism, right? And so what you were saying, Cosmic, is that they want to possess our imagination. That means have us possessed with their spirits. And how do you deal with a possession? Well, exorcism is how we deal with possession, right? It's the best way to deal with possession is exorcism, because in the process of exorcism, we remove the spirits that are creating discord. And isn't it interesting how there's a Discord server, right? I don't understand why there isn't a Chord server. Did anyone ever explain why there's no Chord server and just a Discord server? I wouldn't mind going on the Chord server. Why does it have to be Discord? You see, like the subtlety of that name carries a vibration, and it's symbolic. And just by entering into that server, right? Like, what does a server do? It serves you food. You now have to swallow what's being served by this Discord server serving Discord. And you know, these words are powerful spells, powerful magic spells. The same as Facebook, right? Makes you become obsessed with your face, your persona. It's about how I present my persona to the world. Become obsessive with my persona and forget who I actually am in the process, because I'm too busy, presenting my persona. Or Twitter, right? As it used to be called, become a twit and just sit there and tweet, like copy whatever else everybody else is saying and just tweet it out there like a twit. Now it's X. What is X? Well, X is like, just disagree with everything. X, break it down. So, I think like there's an interesting you guys playing in the chat here, I see. Big love to you guys, man. Yeah, well, as long as it's all good fun and games. But yeah, I think, the and interesting you're mentioning, feeling guilt. And I think guilt is a big part of how we're kept trapped within the system, trapped within this pattern of being. Wow. It's 21:09. I've got to go and deal with my little boy in a minute. Are you with us, Cosmic?
I'm here now. Yeah.
So I'll be there in a minute, Josh. Please don't stop doing that. I'm going to give 2 minutes. So yeah, the very idea of all of these words being used as programming spells. Well, what do you think about that? Like these spells, these words, these names, all these things. How do you think that affects our unconscious? And like you mentioned, even the magical groups of people, like, seems to be a closed-minded element at times, where people are quick to point fingers and people are quick to make judgments and people are quick to pretend to know what they don't know because they read some online post somewhere, which isn't a personal experience, which is lacking in wisdom, but like fully symbolically appreciated from a perspective of perceived understanding. But how much of these words that are being used in the occult community are affecting people's ability to think out of the box, to use their own imagination, and to allow for true creative thinking and an expression of actual perspective that is able to bring a sense of continuity and possibly even wisdom to the sphere. What do you guys think?
I think there's definitely
I'll
some
be
truth
back
to
in a
that.
minute.
Okay.
But I think when it comes to words, there's also the aspect of There's a quote from this one music channel guy that I think is relevant here, and he always says, "Repetition legitimizes." Right. So when you make music, for example, you might have some kind of sample of some kind of odd rhythm that doesn't make sense. Maybe like I have like an audio file of me knocking down a bunch of plates or glasses or something. But the thing is, if you take that thing and you put it into a loop, your mind just kind of accepts it after a while. There's that sense of like how when an idea is, because there is the aspect of magical words, but for sure. But what makes them magical is the attention and repetition of the words. Because when it comes to these magical words that you're talking about, Franklin, usually these people are repeating these magical words over and over again on a regular basis. They'll have some kind of like mantra, like just some kind of like repetitive phrase, some kind of word that sort of symbolizes and crystallizes the belief in place. Because I think when it comes to beliefs, there's a certain it's about time as well as sort of energy, right? So think of it this way: somebody who's been in a cult for a week is going to be much easier to deprogram than somebody that's been in a cult for 10 years, right? See, these ideas, and it's not just that these words are magical, but it's like this energy compounds like interest over time, and it gets thicker and stronger and more intense the longer you engage with these particular words of magic. So in a lot of ways, it's like a trap that adds more and more, locks and keys and gates as you stay, within that thing. Like I think about someone like Richard Dawkins, for example, like the famous, atheist. Like the guy who's been I could come up with the best proof of I could literally have God come down and talk to him, and he still is not going to be convinced because the guy has been an atheist for like 60 to 80 years. You don't change a belief system on a dime like that. So the way I see it, that if you've been an atheist for 50 years, to really fully get that atheism out of your system, you got to be a believer for 50 years. I mean, I don't think there's an exact math to that. I think it's probably different for individual, and some people are. But I think when it comes to certain beliefs and ideas, there's a kind of a weight and a momentum to that like I think about like if you've ever been in one of those above ground pools that's like sort of like circular in shape. And I remember like what I would do with like, friends or family members when I'm at one of these pools is that you would walk around, everybody would walk around in a circle. And then after a while, that would turn into a whirlpool. So you would be walking around clockwise. And then when you try to go back in the opposite direction, the current would kind of keep pulling you along the current that you've made. And I think that belief is kind of like that. And I guess magic to an extent too, where when you've walked around that circle in one particular direction for a long enough period of time, it becomes very difficult to walk in the circle in the opposite direction because you have all that momentum of what you believed beforehand. So when it comes to magical words, like there's definitely a magical, you're right about that. But I think the catalyst that makes those words magical in the first place is the repetition of those words, like a ritual. The idea of a ritual is that, you do it every single day, or you do it at a specific, time interval to create a kind of a larger result. And so I think that, like I said, like while you were gone, Franklin, that, when it comes to music, repetition legitimizes. I could take some like I could take like I have a bongo drum right here, for example. I can just be like, like that, right? And it's not really like a sensical rhythm that really makes sense, right? It seems not so. But if I play that rhythm in a loop, in a continuous loop, your brain will accept it as normal after a while. You're like, oh, this is a rhythm, but because you've heard that rhythm so often, you just accept it as normal, even if that rhythm is all over the place. It doesn't nearly make sense. Just the very fact that you've dealt with the repetition of it and that it's been in your space for so long, it seems more eternal than it actually is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
were
I
you going to
think
say something, Indy? Oh, carry on, brother.
yeah, words are can definitely be seen as spells, and grammar coming from the grimoire of the spell doctor, and we have broadcasting, which is the casting of these spells. And so I think there's been a big spell cast upon the collective to follow along with this word system and the various divided word systems of the world, which kind of keep us apart from one another. But the lingua franca, or the world language, has been English for a long time, and Spanish is kind of getting close to it. But um, I feel like each of the word systems may be a division from the original word system that we had, having a little bit of magic in it, but not the full system that it came from. And so I feel like those who have the original system of words and letters, I feel like those are the ones that hold the power to keep us coming into the debate that we have in each of the alphabets of the different systems. In a similar way, I feel like it's only possible to have different opinions and worldviews if we each have a clue for the golden thread that will weave all of our different ideas together to come up with an integrative worldview that can help us raise to a higher consciousness at which we will all share a mind. And it said in the law of one that Ra was the social memory complex of the planet Venus, and they developed a shared mind after raising their consciousness together. So I feel like there could be an aspect there where when we see other people having different perspectives, we should rejoice because they have a clue to help us understand the missing holes in our own. And if we see things like that, it'll be more of an integrative experience. Whereas, as Cosmic mentioned earlier, people will try to convince others that theirs is the only way, talk them out of their own perspectives, and other ridiculous things that can be more destructive and counterproductive. So, I think it's great to acknowledge that all different types of worldviews are valid. And in Taoism, it said that that's what's the beautiful thing about nature is that all different perspectives can be had. There's innumerable different interpretations of the same thing that can be made. And by having those different perspectives, it brings light to our own. And so without that, we wouldn't have the ability to have individual free will choice of our own perspective. So embrace your perspective. And I think some people enjoy having a, conformist perspective to fit in. And there's nothing wrong with that either. Whether you're totally out there on a limb or you're right on the trunk of the tree, it's all a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I think it's really important, like you say, to guard perspective, because it is a unique thing, and we've got our own perspective. I think for a reason, you know. I think it's not by accident. Let me turn down my volume. It seems like my volume seems like it's too high. How did that happen? I hope my volume's good. Is it good on your end, everybody? Not too loud. It's not clipping my voice. Good. I think that perspective is what defines the character. And to be a person of character is to have your own unique perspective. Otherwise, you lack character. And we don't want to lack character. We want to be rich human beings, richly imbued with intelligent thinking and autonomy. And autonomy and intelligent thinking come from developing clear characteristics that enable these features within the consciousness field. And it takes me back to something you were saying, Cosmic. Well, I was tucking my boy in and making sure that he's tucked in and he's all good to go. Damn, I must go and light some frankincense for him in a little while as well. I mustn't forget. The mosquitoes have been wild here, just to take a diversion. We have been getting eaten by mosquitoes. And I mean, I sit here naked at night, right? I'm not completely naked now because I'm on YouTube. And, you know, I've got to at least look like I'm dressed, right? At least above, halfway up. Otherwise, like it's inappropriate. Do you know, Indy? Do you remember I shared one of my destinations with TikTok? Do you know that the post was removed from TikTok because of nudity?
Oh,
Can you believe it? Yeah, I mean, like as if that's no. Don't be sorry. It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
I mean, you are lawfully allowed to walk around in the street like that.
I mean, if we were on the beach doing the show, they wouldn't have any issue, right?
Well, that's my point. I understand if you were a woman and you were not wearing a top. They could claim, well, technically it's indecent exposure, you're breaking the law. They could come up with some kind of nonsense to justify their crap. But, as a man, you don't have that much up here. It's not like the ladies have got a lot more. The ladies are born with toys, right? Much more eye friendly than the men. So there's a lot more going on. But well, maybe I'm because I'm a man, I'm a bit prejudiced. I think the ladies are born with a lot more than the men to enjoy, But yeah, getting back to the point, you used a beautiful analogy that you've mentioned a few times, Cosmic. Just let me move this so I don't knock the coals off. Of the current of a pool moving in one direction and then going against the flow, right? And time is like bottlenecking in a direction, in a flow, in this linear program that we are allowing ourselves to be drawn through. And so symbols are like, there's many elements to symbols. Symbols are a relationship between two things, which is cast. Somebody else also mentioned broadcasting. Well, the word symbol and the word cast comes from the roots of the same word. How's that? Cast, symbol, right? So broadcasting is making sure that everybody gets the same symbols. Yeah. And that's that, like entrainment. We call it entrainment in the magical tradition. If I can entrain you into this state of being, then that's the state you will be in. And if you entrain yourself with someone else, you can tune into them and pick up information, for example. So exactly, a topless guy is not going to cause a car accident, but a topless girl, well, I mean, she should cause a car accident. There should be plenty of accidents being caused. But yeah, so the idea of these symbols having a utility, an action, but then there's residue. And that's, I think, what you were getting at, Cosmic, that the very symbols that we use carry the residue of how they were used before, which is quite interesting. So there's an archetypal imprint, and it carries the egregoric echoes of the past. There we go. I just coined a cool phrase. Egregoric echoes of the past are carried in the imprint of the archetypal structure within the symbol. And those egregoric echoes are energetic imprints that are like code being saved, like a file waiting to be unpacked, right? And the unpacking of that file is when you use that symbol and it gives you a broader sense. In other words, the symbol might only be ABC, but by the ABC, it's implying that the Z came before the A and the D comes after the C. And the inference is that there could be an E after the D and an X. And so you're getting a lot more of the proverbial story, subtle inferences that are locked in there as an energetic pattern. And so that's something quite interesting, to note, Cosmic, the way that this, I call it psychic inertia, right? And we load impetus and potential into the psychic inertia by the way that we think and get locked into the patterns. And so that psychic inertia becomes our state of inertial equilibrium. And to break out of that psychic inertial field of equilibrium requires a greater force of psychic potential that can overcome the psychic inertia to such a degree that it creates a psychic wave powerful enough to reset the entire field. And this isn't normally something that's done instantly. Like you were saying, Cosmic, it takes time to retune the frequencies, sort of like tuning a guitar, right? You got to tune it up, you got to tune it down, tune it up, tune it down, tune it up, tune it down, until you get it in that exact sweet spot that you want the string to be vibrating at. You might just land it straight on the point, but that's not normally how it happens. If you tuning a guitar and you move it to the exact pitch of the note and you don't fix it, it will move within 5 minutes or a few minutes to being slightly off. You actually have to tighten it and loosen it and tighten it and loosen it and tighten it and loosen it so that it gets sort of stuck on a sweet spot between the tightenings and loosenings so that it doesn't lose its tone. Like anybody who tunes instruments will notice this. It's because as you pull it, it gets tighter and the strings pull, and the rotational string thing. When you loosen it and tighten it, you've got to sort of temper it into place almost in a way. And most people who tune instruments will just instinctively and automatically do this, right? If I'm going to tune a guitar, I'll tune it slightly tighter than what I wanted and then bring it back looser and tighter, and I'll rock it like a pendulum to get it to that sweet spot. And that way it will stay in tune for longer than if I just managed to get it straight to the point. This is what I've noticed, I've observed with my instruments. So I think there's something in this, and this inertial field of inertial equilibrium that we've become accustomed to with this egregoric loading and egregoric entrainment. That's probably a good way of looking at it. Egregoric entrainment. What is going on with my door? Something wanting to come in here. You want to come in? Be a part of the podcast. The wind, it's got something to say. And so this egregoric entrainment, I think, is something that we can't escape. And it's interesting perspective when we look at symbols, because I would say this, I would argue, and I'd love to get both of your opinions, and what do you guys think in the chat about this? Is reality as we experience it a symptomatic expression of this egregoric entrainment loaded in with memory that holds the pattern of reality that we are used to, that we're all experiencing and expecting to experience in place? But it is also a system that is moving and evolving and shifting to get to a new sort of way of reestablishing new harmonies, because everything's in a constant state of flux. But even though it's in flux and changing, it somehow remains the same. So what do you guys think? Would you say the whole nature of reality is just a symbolic set of symbols that are holding this egregoric field memory?
I would say, yeah, if your field is existing within the word. But if you have like transcended the word with your imagination and like you've developed like your own understanding and maybe your own language or the ability to see beyond language, I think that's where the magic really is. And it's kind of being obfuscated through the distraction of these words that are based upon like a worldview that's being pushed with the word system, like materialism, consumerism, scarcity, all these like little concepts of like what's been established, what's been like allowed for us to say that other people are going to agree with. And so there's that. And I think a lot of people um realize that there's no universal way. There's divine ways. Like either you're materialist or you're spiritualist or religious. And so the people that have integrated the two, then they see that they're at odds with their own people that are on the extreme. And the other people that are on the other extreme may be at odds with them as well. So people kind of isolate themselves no matter where they choose to go. But we have great intentions that we're going to be able to lead others to a better way when we move away from one path that we have issues with. But I think Nietzsche came up with an idea called perspectivism, where we definitely and taking different perspectives, but we can retain the diversity, and we can integrate our understanding together into a higher perspective that's separate while maintaining the other diverse perspectives.
One of the interesting thing about dreams that I've noticed is that there's never really a beginning to a dream, is there? Like whenever I enter a dream, it's always like there's something ongoing. Like you're always in the middle. You always go into the middle of the dream. It's like never, the dream never really begins. It's like you're in some spot and there's already some history. The thing about that's another thing that's interesting about reality is that nobody ever comes into reality at the beginning of reality. We've all jumped into somewhere in the middle of this story, right? And in a sense, it's like if you think about like you start a new television show, right? Or like you watch some episode like in the middle of like one of the seasons. You don't start with the first one. You enter a new show, but you realize there's a history that exists before that episode, and it kind of creates this sort of like line that goes in both directions. So I think that when it comes to getting outside of the momentum of reality, I think we kind of need to get outside, see a world outside of the linear timeline that we exist in. And so, because it feels like with linear time that we feel like it kind of singularizes our existence into one reality or one Zarfix. But conversely, I think that saying that time doesn't exist at all, that time is illusion, just kind of propagates the same narrative, because whether it's an illusion or not, it ultimately kind of makes everything into time into a kind of a 0 point dimension, right? And so you're still stuck because you're in a time continuum where time is real, or you're in a time continuum where time is not real. But I take a different approach. I think that I don't think that time is an illusion, but I think that what we experience as linear time is sort of a smaller, lower dimensional subset of a larger dimensional time field, right? So I think of it like linear time as like it's like a line with like an arrow, but that arrow is part of a circle, of an expanding circle, and there's arrows pointing in all different directions, right? So it's like it's partially true that the linear time is real, but that linear time is part of a higher dimensional circular time that's expanding in different directions. Now, the reason I say this is because like you can look at the world differently when you realize that there is that what we consider the past or the beginning of this world, this sort of egregoric echo continuum that we're existing on, isn't the egregoric echoing continuum. It's not the only one. And when you start to realize that there are more of these continuums that exist outside of it, and even outside of human consciousness, all of a sudden that narrative from before doesn't hold the same power over you that it used to, because we're so used to confined to, like, it's like the Plato's cave. It's like, but with Plato's cave being essentially that there is nothing beyond this cave, right? And that but whether it's a cave, a prison, a house, it doesn't matter. The point is that it basically says reality is one room. It says it's one thing. And that's what a lot of people believe. And it's like, it seems like it's the common denominator within reality, whether because even if you're like a Christian, you believe that there's one universe created by one God. If you're an atheist, there is only one objective reality. If you're a mystic, there is only the oneness. Or even if you're a nihilist, there is a singular chaos, right? And with the Zarfexology thing and seeing existence as this sort of bubble foam multiplicity, you realize, like, hold on a second, I don't have to stay in this bubble anymore. I can go outside of this bubble and explore a different universe, and I can explore a different continuum. But you don't realize that option exists if you're sort of stuck within one particular paradigm. And if anything, it's like we're stuck with this illusionary choice. It's like we're told to believe that we can pick between a dozen different colored balls. Well, what I'm saying is that, oh yeah, we have this little area where there's a dozen colored balls, but there's like this whole area of like millions and thousands of these colored balls, just an entire ocean of colored balls. But we're led to believe, no, you only have these 12 to pick from. That's all you get, nothing else. Sorry. And if you try to do anything else, you're crazy, because again, when we talk about power and control, I think that when it comes to controlling things, it's like, you think about, like, if you have an animal and you have it in a cage, right? If I make that cage really, really big, I'm going to have a hard time like controlling the animal in that cage, because that animal could like hide somewhere. It could go somewhere else because it's too big to keep track of. But if I make that cage smaller and more compact, I can easily just grab that hamster, regardless of wherever it goes, because its range is so short. And that's kind of how belief systems are, right? And these worldviews that we're told to sort of ingest is that they're sort of small and they're limited, and only the experts are allowed to, explore the edges of this worldview, and the edges are kind of forbidden to the people with inside. Or, it's like, you think about like the Planet of the Apes movie, right? The whole idea is that there's these humans, they've been tricked by the apes. Actually, no, this has more metaphoric implications for this topic, because the apes essentially teach the humans a false history, right? So the idea of Planet of the Apes is that humans evolved, they went into outer space, they had a monkey, that monkey became super intelligent, created a bunch of super intelligent apes, and then they basically enslaved humanity, lobotomized them, and made them, just like reduced them essentially to animals, right? And then you start to think from the perspective of the apes. They think that, no, the apes were the superior animal. We're the ones that have everything figured out. And these humans, they're just savages. They're just animals, not realizing that it was the other way around, that the apes were the animals and that the humans were the intelligent ones. But the apes were trying to hide that reality from the humans that they captured by basically, enslaving them, putting them in cages, basically, lobotomizing some of them. And what's also interesting is the concept of the forbidden zone of that movie, because there was the whole area where the apes could hang out, but beyond that periphery, there was the forbidden zone where people were not allowed to go out there. And of course, in the end of the movie, Charlton Heston and, Nova or whatever, they go beyond the forbidden zone, and then they discover the Statue of Liberty hidden in the sand. And that one famous scene where, Charlton Heston says, "Damn you all to hell." But there's a kind of a symbolic representation. I think that belief systems are like that, where there's sort of this there's like the middle part where there's the main belief system, and then there's the edges of the belief system, right? So you think about them as literal worlds. Is that so? What you got to do when it comes to when you feel like you're in a limiting paradigm, figure out what are the walls of the paradigm. What is the edge of this worldview? Because every worldview has an edge to it. It has a barrier. It has a, like, if you think of like a bubble, every bubble has a membrane that keeps you trapped in the bubble. And what that membrane usually is what you think is ultimate reality. So this is like the Zerfike's concept. So for example, the edge of the bubble of materialism is, physical matter. The edge of the bubble of the Judeo-Christian paradigm is the Almighty himself, because obviously nothing exists. Because so think of it this way, like from a Christian perspective, right? So you have God, he creates the universe, he is the Alpha, the Omega, he's always existed, nothing exists before you. But so you think about just pure mind space, right? From the perspective of the imagination, you have heaven and you have hell, you have physical reality, you have purgatory, limbo, maybe some physical space, depending upon what sect of Christianity you believe in. But at a certain point, God, because he is the ultimate creator of reality, the Alpha, Omega, everything starts with him, that then effectively acts as the membrane of that bubble that keeps you locked within the system. Now, I'm not saying like, Christianity is right or wrong, whatever. But the point is that when it comes to worldviews and beliefs, that the reason they're hard to get past is we look at them in these very abstract ways. We don't think of them as literal worlds. Like you think of especially when you take a worldview, try to draw a map of what that universe entails, right? So, for example, with medieval Christianity, you can look at those pictures of like the solar system and God sort of sitting outside of the edge with the clouds and all the weird like little dragons and stuff that they would draw on the edges. Whereas like for the atheism, for example, there's that image, that famous image of like the observable universe, and that's sort of the edge of that particular universe. So once you kind of understand the edges of these particular, and you look at these worldviews and these deceptive narratives as bubbles, the important aspect is to figure out what conceptually, what symbolically represents the edge of that bubble. I think that's kind of a symbol that I've sort of used as my own sort of magical tool for understanding, is like literally bubble magic, if you will. And there's a kind of magic to that too, by sort of understanding things in terms of bubbles, because then it's like now I have a way that I can kind of understand reality and existence on my own terms that allows for a lot of flexibility and a lot of other worldviews to exist. So I forgot. I went on a lot of different tangents here, but I guess the basic idea is that every belief system, every paradigm has an edge, a wall, a gateway, a door, and I think it's imperative upon us to find out what that edge often is. Because the issue is that with a lot of these belief systems is that the psyop, if you will, is that their belief system doesn't have an edge. It just goes on forever and ever. It's infinite. There is no edge to this bubble. It is the bubble. But when you recognize that the bubble has an edge to it, now you're not trapped in it anymore.
Yeah, that's an interesting concept. Finding the edge. Like it can be quite an abstract thing, I can imagine, in finding the edge. Like when you're looking at a fractal model, right? Where is the edge in a fractal model? I suppose like when we get more into a fractal model, we're getting more into an abstract model, aren't we? And we're sort of having room for all the models to fit into the model. Um, but even that will probably have a limitation, you know. I suppose
Yeah, I think it's
whatever
edge, the
symbol
edge.
you're using will have a limit. Yeah, brother.
There's a Mandelbrot set and a Julia set, and they have a certain shape to them, and you can look in, and once you're inside, you can kind of go in any direction. But you can get to the edge of it. It does have an edge. It's a beautiful thing, though. But you know what Hunter S. Thompson said about the edge? Said you can get close, but the edge, there is no honest way to explain it because the only people who really know where it is are the ones who have gone over.
Can't disagree with that. That makes perfect sense. Based Hunter S. Thompson.
Oh, sorry, my mic was off. I was saying, if there's a continuity that extends beyond the edge, then that's not really the edge. If that makes sense. If things still keep continuing on outwards, getting bigger or smaller or whatever. But I definitely think that we need to challenge ourselves. We definitely need to question ourselves. We definitely need to get into what I would say is the uncomfortable zone. I think there's something quite powerful about being in the uncomfortable zone. It's like I feel comfortable being uncomfortable sometimes. And I think we need to challenge ourselves to some extent with this. You know, I've got this old party trick that I used to do. It's a party trick. It's to just not say anything, um, which is quite funny. Like I used to find myself in social environments where there's a group of people and everybody's like chickens, right? And they're like, and if you zone out a little, it's people sound like animals. It's quite a head trip. If you're not listening to the words they're saying, and you just zone out, the sounds coming out of their mouth are like chicken sounds or animal sounds, or like and we tend to say things that we think we ought to make people feel comfortable, right? So if someone's talking to you, you're going to go like, yes, okay, uh-huh, right, yes. But if you really grab yourself and you say nothing and you just stare at them, people can feel uncomfortable, right? And that's like quite interesting. I used to do that a lot. People used to say to me, you make me feel uncomfortable when you're staring at me. I'm like, oh, are you sure it's me doing it? That would be my answer. Like, are you sure it's me doing it? But being uncomfortable around people, being uncomfortable around ourselves, being uncomfortable within an idea, going to the place where you're not in a state of comfort is probably the healthy thing to often do. If you're in a social environment and you want to see what kind of energy this environment is carrying, it's best not to interact with it and just observe it like a pure observer, and even observe yourself acting within this space in a way, though that might make people feel a little uncomfortable. That way you'll know what energy you're picking up from the social environment and what energy is being propagated through the space. And then you'll have the choice to be like, do I want to change this environment? Do I want to change this energy? Or do I want to well, what do I want to do? And sometimes you can change the environment by changing what you input into it. And people might be having a superficial conversation, and my instinct might be to say, like, why are you all talking nonsense? What's wrong with you? But that might be a bit rude, right? Like, to just tell people they're talking nonsense. Like maybe there's a more tactful way, or maybe the best way is to just say nothing, just observe, like when people turn, and just not respond, because like it literally isn't. And I've always been like that. I've not liked small talk. I've not liked people talking for the sake of talking, right? Like if you're saying something, that's great. If you got a conversation, that's cool. I love people disagreeing and having different ideas, but It's always bugged me when people feel the need to just fill the space to make each other feel comfortable. And I think that this is a habit that we do within ourselves. What do you think of this? Do you think this is something we do, like as people, quite often?
Oh yeah, definitely.
And maybe that's what you're talking about with the edge, is go beyond that, making yourself feel comfortable about your idea, like
There's
because we
definitely some
pump
truth to
ourselves up,
that
like
for
I've got a
sure.
good
Yeah.
idea.
Because I think what another thing I realized with belief systems is that in a way it's like they're kind of like creatures that ingest you. Let me explain how the metaphor works. So first, it's like you when you believe in a belief system and you accept that it's true. That's basically kind of like you're being swallowed into the belief's digestive system, and then all the guilt, all the painful rituals, all of the kind of like questioning of oneself. That's like the acid that dissolves your old identity. And then you kind of go through the intestinal part where it's like the cults basically it ingests the parts of you that are useful to the cult machine, and it sort of craps out all the parts that aren't useful or are problematic to it. And so I think oftentimes that's why cults to me are so scary, because it's like in a way it's like a demon that's consuming it's literally soul consumption when you get invited into the cult, because it's like you're entering into a sort of a multi-dimensional organism, and that organism is then digesting and sort of breaking down your personality, so then you can be kind of absorbed by the collective. So it basically it eats away and dissolves all the parts of you. So like, for example, let's say you're in some kind of let's say you're in some kind of religion that's I know you're a vegetarian, Franklin, but just for the sake of example, I'm going to say, let's say this is some vegan cult, right? And then you join this cult, like, oh man, I want to be part of this religion, but then everybody says, look at you, you meat eater, shame on you, shame on you. And you feel, oh my God, I'm so ashamed of myself. I'm this terrible person. I got to be a vegetarian. But in that example, it's like they're taking that meat eating aspect of their identity and personality, dissolving it with guilt and fear. And then when the person becomes a vegetarian, it can then be integrated into the group in the same way. If you have an organism breaking down food, it's going to preserve the chemicals and the nutrients that are useful and sort of compatible with the organism, and sort of excrete the aspects of that food that are either they're poisonous or just essentially waste and not really useful. And I think that when you kind of understand that dynamic, because I think a lot of people just don't see it that way, but it's like, oh, this is kind of like another tool or a metaphor that I can sort of use to sort of break my mind from the conditioning. Because in a lot of ways, that's kind of like what belief systems are. Or you can think of it like as a birth metaphor, that you're sort of being, you know, impregnated into this belief system, and then by being part of the matrix or the womb of that belief system, and then yourself then contorts to it, then becomes kind of like your mother. So it's like there's different sort of biological metaphors here, but there is a kind of an aspect where it's like, and that's kind of what I mean by the edge. It's kind of like you're sort of still in the sort of the stomach of this belief system, you're still in the digestive system. The idea is you want to kind of escape, that kind of that Jonah whale type situation, but more metaphorically speaking. And so it's like you're kind of conceptual in the same way that, like, getting eaten by a bear, you're sort of physically digest. I think that there are certain belief systems that and certain cultural values and normal systems that basically digest our personalities into something that's kind of neutered, or it's shipped and twisted into something else. Like you're basically broken down to grow some appendage that's not necessarily who you are. I think that's just kind of a useful way to look at it. It's kind of how I've been. Definitely a very sinister metaphor, but I think it's a very useful and accurate one.
Well, we've almost reached the 4-hour point. It's going to be reaching it in the next sort of um, 10, last 10, 15 minutes, I would say, or the next 10 minutes maybe. And I think that that's quite important. Um, there was a nice little phrase that was popped out here. What was it? Casually uncomfortable. I like that. Casually uncomfortable. Um, yeah, I think like the problem with socialization is we're all so over socialized, and this is a big statement to be making. You know, it's a to say we're all over socialized. I think we are. I think because of the internet, we're so over socialized to the point where we no longer appreciate this inner outer relation, and we put everything into our subjective lens so readily, probably because so much of our information is available out there in the digital arena. And in the old days, we probably spent more time on our own in our homes and not socializing, like when I was younger, for example. And then you would go out, and when you went out, you would socialize, and then you'd come back home. But now we don't really. When do we get a break from socializing? When we're at home and we're on our own, we're socializing digitally, and then when we go out, we're socializing, in the outside world. And I don't know whether it's natural for humans to be in contact with other humans in the way that we are, exchanging thoughts as much as what we do. I think it opens up the potential for us to become more jaded and more sort of um, mentally aerobics into a particular shape or form, because there's something quite profound about just spending time with yourself and just taking time and not having anybody else in your mind, in your thoughts. And I guess that's not really the world we live in anymore. Like, I remember when I was younger, there was a certain feeling that a Sunday would have. Do you guys remember that? Do you know what I'm talking about? That
Yeah,
Sunday
because of like
feeling.
schedules.
Those of you that are like,
schedules
not even the schedule, no.
like a
It's
vibe.
before the internet existed.
Like a vibe.
Yeah, it's like a vibe. It was like, it was before the internet existed. Everybody was at home and they were all on their own. Okay, small little pods, families, some groups, some people, friends, like, but there was this feeling of separation from the world, solitude. Sundays. Do you remember this, Indy? Like before the internet, there was a feeling that Sundays had.
No, I
It's
never
like a
really got
feeling
that
of
fun. Every day was
the
solitude for me.
feeling. No,
I had the basement to myself. I created my own world, and then the yard was all mine. And then I had a whole park and a golf course floor. Every day I was on my own, just venturing out. There's also a duck hunting area I went to.
right.
Built,
I'm not saying it wasn't enjoyable. I enjoyed it very much. Like that, because I like being by myself. I'm happy being on my own. Like some people, they don't like it. I'm like, no, I can dig just hanging with myself, because I'm never really alone, right? But I'm always like this. Always like, who else is with me? Like, I don't need physical people with me to be like not alone. There's always somebody around. And but there used to be this feeling on a Sunday, like if you zoned out of your mind and you let your mind expand, and like if you relax deeply, you can feel the thoughts of the people there and the thoughts of the people there. And if you expand more, you can feel the thoughts of those people. And if you expand more, you can feel everybody's thoughts. And everybody's thoughts were like, usually like Fridays was like a crackling energetic pod of energy. Everybody's like out there, everybody's like almost an anxious, nervous excitement in the air. Everybody's like packing up their work, and you could feel it in the air. And it was there, it was like a tangible feeling. Saturday always had that like really cool feeling. Everybody felt cool. They're like out there, they're doing their thing, you know. Then Sunday had this like feeling of like, okay, now it's just put your put your foot on the brakes, pull up the handbrake, just park the car. That's it. Just chilling. Right here. If I'm at the beach, I'm just chilling. I'm not doing anything today. Today is nothing getting done day. And that feeling of nothing getting done day used to carry like a consciousness in like the I don't know, the suburb, where I lived, where I could feel it if I allowed my mind to reach out from my body. I would feel this feeling, and it was like this interesting feeling that you don't get anymore. You just don't feel it because nobody ever does that anymore. Right? Does that make sense? Like everybody's like got their phones or their tablets or their computers, and they're always online, and they're always talking to each other, and they're always communicating. And I think it's just a consistent thing that people do. So, oh yeah, Twitter. Gaz, I've been meaning to start using Twitter. I've got a Twitter account. It's Bush Whisperer 22. Is it Bush Whisperer 22? I think it's Bush Whisperer 22. I had a couple of Twitter accounts, but like I crashed them. Like I just forgot them and lost them, and I don't know, over the years. I never used to like Twitter, but it's probably a good place for you know, I'm guessing. So just forgot them and lost them, you know, over the years. Never used to like Twitter. But it's probably a good place for Namaste, General Shinobi. You come to say a few words. We're going to be leaving pretty soon.
I know, I have.
Welcome. Share your thoughts. How are you?
Yeah,
For
what's
those
up,
who don't know
guys?
Shinobi, for those of you that don't know Shinobi, he's a researcher. He's got a lot of really cool stuff. He's been working on a book. He's writing this book. I won't put out too many spoilers, but it sounds really interesting. It's not a comic. It's a graphic novel, but I believe it's becoming a graphic novel. So keep your eyes on the spot. Systematic Zoo is what it's going to be about. It's not quite George Orwell, but I think it's going to be something along those lines. Big love, brother. Share with us what's in your heart, man.
Yeah, what's up, guys? So there's an echo coming from someone. Yeah, it's fine now, I think. I could just hear myself there. Yeah, I know you guys are going to be leaving shortly, so I thought I'd just stop by and say a quick hello and share a couple of thoughts. But yeah, my book, it's a big project. Ideally, I've been looking for someone to like co-write it with, but I think it's just something I have to do on my own, I think. But it's kind of like the cross between like Lord of the Rings meets the Matrix, crossed Animal Farm, mixed with basically the current world we live in now. A good way to describe it, I guess, would be a more updated version of Lord of the Rings. I guess a more modern Lord of the Rings. It's that's the same story of the shadow cast over humanity. There's stuff in there about like with technology as well, and how like the sort of energy behind technology that came from intuition, and why there's blue light in phone screens, like where's our energy going and stuff. And I had the idea for it about 8 years ago, and I only really started researching all the stuff that we talk about on here about 4 years ago. So lots of the stuff I thought I'd just kind of made up, and I took little bits from other places. And then the more and more I've researched, I found actually that the truth is stranger than fiction, that a lot of these concepts are actually real. They're not so far off. But yeah, I just wanted to come on and say a couple of things about symbols. First of all, obviously symbols emit frequency. Like, you hit a symbol. So usually when things sound the same, they have the same essence. So a symbol that you draw, or like a sigil or whatever, they emit frequencies the same as the symbol that you hit. And I haven't been able to watch all of your guys' conversation tonight, so I don't know if you've said any of this already. But knowing symbology is kind of like, I call it the gnosis terms. Like, to know systems is the gnosis terms, the terms of the gnosis, which is symbology, etymology, mythology. It's all the G's, and that's how we tap into our energy, our inner G as well, to be in sync with the energy which is inside us. That is the guide, the God, which is the gnosis. And then knowing, sort of like being literate with symbology, etymology, and mythology and stuff like that, just a little bit, just understanding like little pieces can really help the flow with source, I guess. So yeah, I thought I'd just share that to know systems, like, because symbols are a technology. Like, technology isn't just like computers and digital and stuff. Technology is just a way we communicate, and we communicate via mythology, etymology, and symbology. So it's kind of like, I like the phrase technosis. Technosis is to understand technology at a deeper level. So yeah, those are my thoughts on this subject. And I know you guys have got to go soon, so I don't want to keep you, but yeah, I thought I'd just check in.
Cool. Thank you for that.
Yeah, technosis. I like it. We're definitely drowning in it. Technology. Yeah, we're drowning in it. We're choking on it. We are being we're being reborn through the spirit of technology, and it's leaving its filthy paw and filthy paw prints all over us. We're like, you know, I'm not going to say that. It's too hectic. We've got to find metaphors that aren't going to trigger people too much. I was picturing a woman that's been through a crowd of men with dirty hands, how she would look with these filthy handprints all over her body, But that's what technology makes me feel like. Leaves its stain. Definitely leaves a stain. But yeah, do you guys have any other ideas you want to throw on the table before we
Well,
pop it in?
I'd like to say quickly that we need to reclaim this stuff back, because technology isn't just mechanical, it's magic, right? There's the machine versus the magic, and technology is a way we express. It's not this digital. It's like AI. The AI is an eye, it's an observer. There's this digital, but also there's the ancient intelligence, which is the observer within us, deep in our core. That's the ancient intelligence, which is the countering of this artificial. So I think technology. People always think it's just digital and machines, but it's not. Technology is ancient. It's not this new. What they've done is they've tried to quantify and digitize our power. So I'll just leave it with that for today.
Yeah, the government controls our mind. The government is the control of the mind, and through the rule of the mob, the democracy. And so we are pushed into this mindset, but a lot of us are waking up out of it ever since 2020, starting to question the sick care system. And so there's been a kind of a whole skyrocketing of new systems being developed, and I think it's being kind of soiled by a lot of this misinformation and disinformation of stuff, where they're taking things that are kind of obscure to us and they're filling in the blanks in ways that are aligning with a certain narrative that don't really line up with the mystical teachings of the past, particularly with Gnosticism and trying to escape reality and things like that. I feel like there's better ways to interpret these things where it's not really about pushing into the escapism narrative. Same with Voyager and the Star Seeds and things like that, where they're trying to go to their home planet, wait for the mothership.
This is the mothership.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
man.
that by integrating nature and naturopathy, we can really build a strong core of practical magic that we can really share with our communities, our families.
I'll just say, like,
Yeah,
I
man.
always say, keep your mind open to
I
mystery,
like that.
and nobody can control you.
Are you talking cosmic?
Yeah, I was just getting my one last thought. I think just to kind of sum up my whole
Please do.
perspective is, always keep your mind open to mystery and don't let anybody tell you that there isn't a mystery beyond their own belief system. Don't let anybody define reality for you. Always define reality based on your perceptions and your experiences, and don't let other people program you. And by knowing, and as long as you know that the world's a mystery and that nobody really understands what's going on, then they have less power over you.
Yeah, I think there's something in that. There's definitely something in that. Maintaining our own authenticity and our own equanimity is the key to, staying sane, because the world is insane, and it's insane in the membrane, because there's a membrane between our brain and the world's brain, and the brain of the world is invading the brain of our hold. And so the world brain has caused us to become ingrained with the notions of the world brain, until it feels like we got this fog rain in our mind, and the rain of fog causes our thoughts to become heavy and drained, and with that goes our sanity. Drip, 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 dripping our sanity away moment by moment, until we are dry and without the moisture of life and potential, because moisture produces something that you didn't expect, a new way of looking at things, a new concept. When we get dry, we get very sort of, crispy, crispy on the edges. We don't want to be too crispy. Crispy means cancer, by the way. There's some common sense for your food, just so that you know when you're eating, right? It's important to remember, everybody. Crispy means cancer. Yeah, generally speaking, because free radicals in food tend to give the food more crunch. Have you noticed that? Now, that doesn't mean not crunch, but crisp. Like if you stir fry something and it gets crispy, or if you fry something and it's crispy, or if it's roasted and it's crispy, right? The crispiness on a chip, the crisp, all of that crispiness that we eat generally, and crunch is different to crisp, because crisp involves being dry, doesn't it? So when something's crispy, it's been over processed or it's been overcooked. And the over processing and overcooking means cancer. So there's an interesting notion there with moisture, and how when we eat food that's got the right amount of moisture, it makes us healthier physically. And, go figure, lack of moisture, lack of life. So yeah, any last ideas you guys want to throw on the table? I see we've gone to 4 hours and 15, probably about 4 hours and 6 minutes, because I know we started a bit late. Any last ideas? If you guys want to throw it on, let's throw it on before we give it a wrap.
Well, you're talking about water and stuff. It just made me think of something I started writing earlier. I can hear myself as an echo. It's really off-putting. I'm not sure whose mic is on. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, so these are just some words I started writing earlier. So I'm doing a talk in my local town on the 20th of January. So I was going to try and open up with something. But this seems quite relevant. So I'll just say it now. It's not finished, whatever. It's just some words I wrote earlier. So the great mystery, the misty tree. The mist has been turned into a frog, dense. You cannot see other branches of reality other than the one we are on. But now it's starting to clear. We've been in hibernation. The seed inside us that needed to be buried in the dark is now being watered and the light grows it. But now as the fog lifts, the mystery that weaves timelines through memory, mem and ori, water and light, nourishes the seed. Though the ground, the flesh, the body, the earth has been poisoned, the water will reach the seed. It's just a matter of time. We will all remember. And the lighthouses have been lit for those who have been lost at sea, navigating the waters in the dark. You can now be sure. Let down your anchors and breathe. For in the heart of the ocean there is a storm that we all need to weather, but there is a time to land, because this is our land, where we cultivate and grow, share stories and create new life.
Beautiful, brother. I like the idea of the frog. It makes me think of Mercury, the planet. Very mercurial.
Frog. The frog.
Frog.
No.
Didn't you mention a frog on the tree as well?
No.
I saw a frog.
But the mist has been turned into a fog. It's supposed to be like a metaphor for the mystery being, made more dense. But
I heard the part about the fog, but I thought I heard you say the word frog as well, because when you said like sitting on the branches, I had this image of I'm a frog on the tree, and I'm looking at different branches like where I can jump to. That's really interesting.
Well, that's interesting. Yeah. But it was now as the fog lifts, not the frog lifts. But the frog in Egypt, I think, was Heka, the god of magic. So that could work with weaving between timelines and the mystery and stuff. So yeah.
That's what I was thinking. Mercury, Thoth, Tahuti, it's all the frog. The frog is the oldest symbol of Mercury that there is. But beautiful, beautiful symbols, brother. Beautiful, beautiful words. Namaste to everybody. It's been an honor having you guys on. It's a pity you only got here so late, Shinobi, but next time we'll get you on earlier, hopefully. And Indy and Cosmic, it's been an honor, brothers. I hope you guys are going to have a great weekend. Namaste to everybody in the chat. Astara, Lee, Tamara, Rainwater. That's such a cool name. Rainwater. Namaste, Rainwater. I didn't see your name before. and of course Gaz and Howard and Vincent and everybody else. Big love and big blessings to you. Take it easy. Keep it sweet. Keep your smiles on your faces. Keep the places moving so your grace is soothing till you know just what it is you're looking for. May life treat you sweetly, and may you enjoy the sugars that she brings. Om Shanti. Big love, big bless.
Peace out, everybody. Great talk.